dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Transform pre-show. I am Zoe Schmidt, and with me in the truck is Danny, last analyst standing, limp, and well, that's it. Scott Custer Kennedy is unfortunately out sick, but with the power of our friendship and some technology, we managed to get one of our favorite co-workers back, Jonathan. He will be joining us remotely to discuss all things Overwatch throughout the week, and he even managed to color coordinate.
He's back! Johnny's back!
How are you feeling, Johnny?
God, I'm
how
so
you doing?
happy. I'm great. You know, it's not how I wanted to see you guys for the first time this year. You know, I'm stuck here inside a wall or something. I don't know what this is. So, you know, but it's the best we got. It's the best we got. So I'm looking forward to watch some Overwatch with you guys this week.
Yeah, no, we're really excited. So either we soon have the whole crew back in here, or you also fall ill and then it's
Am I next? Or
you're next.
It might be you.
It's getting really scary.
Coming.
Yeah, it feels.
It's coming for us.
It's scary to be out here. Either way, I am just so excited. It's the start of a new day. So you know what that means. It's time to stand up for standings. That's right. So here is how the Western region looks after just week number 1. Any surprises here, or is this how you all had them in your power rankings before the season started, Jonathan?
I mean, Dallas Fuel being 1-1, I think that is the biggest surprise to me. Overall, we had a very exciting week of matches last week, right? It was very competitive. Obviously, the top 3, 2-0. But Dallas Fuel, we expected them to be the #1 team in North America going into the season, but they ended up falling short to the Houston Outlaws in a 3-0 on stage in front of an audience. So that was quite unexpected, I must say. Dallas Fuel only being 1-1 after 1 week.
That felt like you're rubbing it in, like in front of an audience.
I mean, for me, it has to be London Spitfire going 1-1. They did beat the Vancouver Titans 3-0, and not a lot of people predicted that. Only one person on the desk. Not gonna say who it is, but that person is a genius.
It could have been anyone, though.
Yeah.
Literally could have been anyone. Now, after having seen all of our Western teams on the battlefield, it is time for a quick meta check-in. That's right. On that note, a Wrecking Ball is actually back into the mix for now, and you know, based on what we learned when watching all the teams scrim leading up to the 2022 season, Ball didn't seem to see a lot of playtime. But that said, we also thought that we're not going to see much Winston, so what do we know, Reinforce?
Yeah, I mean, the meta hasn't really settled yet. I think that was a pleasant surprise last week as well, how many different compositions we saw from these teams. Now, if you take a look at this graphic, you can see that Winston was predominantly played, and I think that is partly because it's a very comfortable pick for a lot of these tanks around the league. Doomfist saw some success as well, primarily like the Atlanta Reign, saw a lot of nice wins with the Doomfist pick, but there are not like a ton of Doomfist capable players around the league, specifically in that tank role. Of course, Dante on the Houston Outlaws stepped in, but he's a damage player, right? So I think going into week 2, what I'm looking forward to the most is to see if more of these teams around the league are comfortable playing Doomfist, and to see if they can actually get some kind of use out of him, because it is a bit of a trade. Winston, you can mitigate more damage with the shield and set up your team in a more consistent kind of way, but if you're popping off on this Doomfist like Dante's doing right here with the Meteor Strike, landing up on the opposing team, and as well as blocking some damage, charging up your punch, like that can be very disorienting. I mean, just like here, you punch off a nano visor. That's incredible. You can't do that with Winston, well, as you can with Primal Rage. But it's two very different tank heroes, and I think both sort of have their place in the meta, depending on what hero you are the most comfortable with as a tank player. So that is the biggest tank storyline I'm looking forward to in week 2. What teams are going to rely on the Winston on Toronto Defiant, like Muse, for example, and what teams are going to play predominantly Doomfist this week.
I mean, we've definitely seen some incredible Winston performances. So although we did not expect to see much Winston in the mix, they have convinced us that I guess the pro players know what they're doing. Isn't that fantastic? Yeah. It does seem like the meta, as it's still kind of being established, is kind of shaping up though, and we've seen a little bit more diversity when it comes to the damage dealing department in the Overwatch League. So Danny, what have we seen teams play, and what do you personally want to see more of?
Let's start with what the teams are starting or playing a lot more. I think there's two heroes that a lot of teams are currently using the most. The first one being is Soldier and Genji. Of course, we have Soldier at number 1, 34.7%, and Genji 31.9%. Genji right now, you know, his ultimate is you could get a lot of value out of it. Soldier, Mr. Legs, with the recent buff that the DPSs have gotten, they move faster. Now his sprint, he moves even faster than that. So these two are the most used currently. We've seen a little bit of Tracer Echo as well to sort of counter that Genji. Widowmaker on Escort as well, but I think the two most important right now are Soldier and Genji. And for myself, what I want to see more, I would have to say Soldier. Newest hero, you know, we've seen a little bit of her. I don't know if she's going to get a lot of playtime, though. I think she's going to be on the bench.
It's not happening.
Unfortunately. But I would like to see more
happening.
No, I have hope. I have hope, Johnny.
Okay.
It's just a matter of time, Jonathan. Eventually, she'll be in the mix. And I mean, I do love that we do see a lot of mobile heroes, so that makes the whole thing like very fast-paced, and I do love that style for Overwatch. And frankly, Sojourn is very mobile, so you know, maybe Danny's onto something. Let's round it out here and talk about the supports, though, that have become the early beta meta, if you will. It seems pretty similar to the tank story, where 2 supports reign supreme, and the rest are just kind of picking up the scraps here. Anna and Lucio are definitely leading the charge here. So we do see Baptiste. We saw him being picked here and there, as well as Brick, of course. She's been thrown into the mix and seeing a little bit of playtime. Predominantly, I think we saw her picked on Dorado as well as Gibraltar. We saw some of her on push maps, I believe. She's been used when there was Widowmakers in the mix. So, yeah, the question is there any other support which is able to really break into the mix on a more permanent basis? What do you guys think?
Okay, I personally think, you know, as of right now, I don't think there's going to be much of a change, because Ana right now, her kit just has so much value. Like her sleep darts, nades do so much for the team. And Lucio as well, with the Overwatch 2 changes for the supports, they get health regen over time, and plus he also has more, you know, so it's easier for him to survive, and he's also very mobile as well. So I think I believe it's gonna stay the same.
Yeah. No, I agree with Danny. Yeah, Lucio Ana is probably going to be the 2 primary supports for now anyway. But yeah, you know, we're not playing with the Send Kick patch yet. But if for some reason, John Miller, maybe you want to give Zenyatta that kick in the Overwatch League. I'd very much enjoy seeing that, of course. And there were some additional updates this morning, actually, to the beta client. We saw, you know, Baptiste get some changes, and Mercy now has the super jump, right? So those patches are not in the Overwatch League right now. And until that patch actually becomes like the Overwatch League patch, I actually think that Lucio and Ana is probably going to be the most dominant heroes, because Biotic Grenade is so strong without that second tank to really soak it up.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't think anyone of us really expects to see a big shift here in the next week or even weeks, but that's it. That's our meta recap after literally just have seen like 1 single week. So there's still a lot to learn. We still also haven't seen the APAC region play at all, which can really shake things up. We've seen it in the past that the different regions really develop different metas. Maybe they will be leaning heavier on like Wrecking Ball or something like. You never know. You absolutely never know. Now we're excited to find out more. We'll not have to wait much longer for the first few matches to start. However, we will be heading into a very short break, and we will be back after that one to break down all the action. Welcome back to the Watchpoint pre-show. We've got 3 incredible matches on the docket today, but we wanted to take a deeper look into a matchup between 2 of Overwatch League's, I would say, most popular franchises, the San Francisco Shock as well as the Houston Outlaws. At least those are the 2 with the most rabid fan bases. So yeah, there's that. Now, San Francisco, they're currently fielding a nearly completely new roster this year, and they are up 2-0. After just beating the 2 European teams in week number 1, which was, of course, the Paris Eternal as well as the London Spitfire. Now, Danny, do you think this match against the Houston Outlaws is going to be the first real test and put the doubters to rest?
I think this is going to be the first test because the first 2 matches, their first week, I would say a lot of people expected San Francisco Shock to beat the both teams that they did, and they did win against both teams. But for Houston Outlaws, if you look at their schedule right now, they're going up against Houston Outlaws today, NYXL, Gladiators. Oh, that's going to be a good one too. That's going to be the second test of strength for San Francisco Shock and the Vancouver Titans. So I think, judging from how Houston Outlaws did last week and how they performed against Dallas Fuel, which all of us think they're one of the top tier teams, and Houston Outlaws beat them. So this could be a real test for San Francisco Shock. Are they better than Houston Outlaws and Dallas Fuel, or are they below them? We'll have to see.
It's really hard to really gauge the strength of all those teams after having seen such a limited amount of games. That's why predictions are still very, very tough to make, not gonna lie. Now, Houston, on the other hand, they came in hot.
Right.
But then they struggled in their second match. So with Dante leading the charge on his Doomfist, have they been found out? That's kind of the question we threw out there last week when we discussed it with Costa. Would they maybe be better off to bring Piggy back in and add a little bit flexibility in that tank department? What do you think, Green Force?
Yeah, that is the big question going into week 2, honestly, because on the one hand, you beat the Dallas Fuel, who were predicted to be this great, dominant North American team, right? And you 3-0 them, which is a very impressive result, but then you lost to the Toronto Defiant. It's nothing the Houston Outlaws fans aren't used to after like 3-4 years in the league at this point. Like they're accustomed to beating the good teams and losing to the not bad, the slightly worse ones. But the question going into this week, as you just mentioned, is Dante going to continue to be the tank player for this Houston Outlaws team? I think there are some good things you get from Dante being on this Doomfist. The primary one being the tempo and the decisiveness that was showcased by this Houston Outlaws team. If you want to be a successful team in the Overwatch League, you really need to make it difficult for your opponent. You need to throw them for a loop. You can't have them set up into comfortable positions and get away playing comfort compositions. Well, Dante's aggression on this Doomfist, it really prevents the enemy team from being truly comfortable. We can see here how he's just essentially bullying the Toronto Defiant backline. Now, they ended up losing this series. Part of that was, of course, Pelican playing the Echo as well, and Defiant having a great compositional adjustment. But Dante's Doomfist itself, it is really good and really potent, and the value he gets from the hand cannon, for example, this is stuff that like barely any Doomfist players around the league can really do. So in that way, you have a fantastic tank player to rely on. But there are some things you are missing, and you brought it up so yourself. There's the question about flexibility. What is the meta? As mentioned earlier, we don't really know what the meta is. Is Doomfist going to be this primary pick you need to be able to win the Kickoff Clash? Or can you get away playing the Winston? We saw that the Houston Outlaws, they've been playing some D.Va as well on Dorado. We've seen some teams play the Zarya on, for example, Eichenwalde, where it's hard to get value of some of these dive heroes, right? So in that way, maybe putting Piggy back on the tank role and freeing up Dante to maybe provide the tracer on the damage role is the better way for the Houston Outlaws to go about these next few matches. I don't have the answer for you. I think it's really split either way, but those are the two very interesting choices that lie ahead for the Houston Outlaws going into this week's matches.
I mean, luxury problem still, because at least they have choices, right? Like, they can field Piggy. He's there. That is a possibility. And that also makes it ever so slightly harder for the opponent to really predict what's coming out. Unless they see that Dante's being fielded, then...
So you just said the same thing I did, but in a way better way, Zoe. So I appreciate that.
Well, now, reinforce. I do love that insight, though. I do think... I always learn something when you're on with us. Even especially
that's good.
Tank person, we try to fill the tank void. In fact, Costa was scheduled to get all the tank points this week. Now he's out, so we got a real tank back in. Yeah, it was rough. It was rough out there. Now you're a main tank too, though. Are you full Doomfist now? Is that what?
Oh yeah, I'm full Doomfist. It's what I main on stream. Yeah. Doomfist is my go-to hero. I'm a fantastic Doomfist player, by the way. So check out my stream. I dominate Doomfist all the time in the beta against quick play opponents. What's that?
Nice. I love that for you.
How can you do that to Ryan? You're a Ryan main. Now you just jump ship to Doomfist.
All right, Ryan is washed. Only European teams play Ryan. No.
All right, I'll tell Hardy you said that. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Now, if you're looking at the other side here, Houston Outlaws, they're going up against the San Francisco Shock, and the ace for the San Francisco Shock, that has been the highly touted rookie player, Proper, of course. Proper's Genji, he looked phenomenal. That was just clean, all right? That was a clean, surgical performance, but he also has been playing very well on other damage heroes. However, look at it.
Whoa.
I knew he looks good. I knew he passes the eye test, but if you're looking at those numbers, that is ridiculous. And we've seen a lot of Genjis, so this is out of 13 players with more than 20-minute playtime, and he just manages to come first in every single metric. So that is incredible, and that is coming out of a rookie, and he's coming into those games with so much confidence, but not just on the Genji. If you actually watch him play, he has been able to pick up other heroes as well. So he does have a deep hero pool. He can flex around, and that makes it very, very easy for the Shock to think about how they use the substitutions with Kilo as well as Sam.
Right. I mean, wow, that stat card just threw me off. I didn't know that he was
that good.
He was that good. He looked good, but I mean, wow, yeah. Yeah, Johnny, what were you saying?
I mean, someone's going to be very boring on social media and be like, they played LoL on Spitfire and the Paris Eternal. You can't do this. But I don't care. Shut up, person. We're trying to have fun here on the show. But I mean, the thing about Proper as well is he is that flexible that Danny mentioned as well, right? And that's what this meta is starting to settle. We've seen some teams having really good success, like the Toronto Defiant, for example, where you have a Soldier player, because Soldier is so strong in this current meta, and then you have a player like Finale for the Toronto Defiant that can play both the Genji to shut down and dive some of these targets, right? But also play the Tracer if you're going up against something like Echo compositions, like the Houston Outlaws. So, a key for success here for the San Francisco Shock today could potentially be to put Proper on this flexible role where you can play both the Genji and the Tracer if need be against Pelican's Echo, right? So that is a path forward for the San Francisco Shock that I'd like to see them explore, because Proper is so good on both of those heroes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, one final but very interesting note on this match is that these players, they got some history from Overwatch contenders. That's right. A lot of these phenomenal young players all come from O2 Blast. We have Finn, Merit, Pelican, and Proper. Pelican is the reigning Rookie of the Year, and Proper seems to have the early track on that honor for this year. Now, some of the best rivalries come from friendship, so this should be a fun match to start. And we just like to steer drama. Maybe those players don't care at all about it. They probably don't. But I'd love to play this one up and make it a thing throughout the rest of the season. So be wary of that.
No, they do.
Now, we'll see which of these former friends, now turned enemies, not really, but maybe, come out on top. And you too can fight your friends by picking Overwatch League games. That's right. So all you have to do is pick who will win the matches over at pickin.overwatchleague.com for your chances to win cash prizes and, of course, the ability to tell your friends that you're better than them. And what better prize than that? True. Honestly, bragging rights above all. Absolutely. Yeah. Now, our first match of the day is the Florida Mayhem versus the Vancouver Titans. and we'll dive right into that game after a short break. Welcome back to the Watchpoint pre-show. Our first match of the day features the Florida Mayhem going up against the Vancouver Titans. But first...
Yes. During the break, I just learned something really interesting. So every Pachimari doll makes a squeaky sound.
I didn't know that! Isn't this the best
and this
thing
one as
ever?
well. Every one of them. Shout out to Exo Marine on Twitter. Thank you for letting us know. This is... wow.
No, we just freaked the
What about the Hammond next to you?
Hammond, I don't think Hammond does it.
Oh, that's so disappointing.
Yeah.
And on this low note, we're going to move to this game.
All right, let's move on.
Absolutely. But yeah, thanks a lot for letting us know. This
Yeah.
made my day. I'm thrilled. I'm also actually a toddler, so very easily entertained. Where was I? Yeah, Vancouver Titans. They were playing, and the team from up north. They will be looking to get their first win on the board of the 2022 season, while Florida is currently sitting in a comfortable 1-1 spot. Now, a big reason for Florida's victory is a young player which made it into the honorable mentions of our Week 1 rookie discussions just a few days ago, and that's Sir Majet. And I mean, we mainly praise him then for his Baptiste play. He had some really great windows and some really good plays. But really, his Ana numbers are looking very impressive as well. And in the current meta, a good Ana can really turn things around for your team. And that's definitely what Sir Majet did. I mean, first final blows, enemy slip, biotic grenade kills, third. Like, these are all fantastic metrics. And that's definitely going to really heavily help his team out. So one of the things we saw in previous matches with previous teams from last week was that if their Ana was shut down, that made it infinitely harder for their
right.
team.
Yeah.
So yeah, you want to give Sermajet space to work his magic here.
And I do feel like we have a lot of great rookie Ana players.
We really do. We have, we have a lot of rookie
Everything's so
players,
exciting.
period.
Yeah.
Like, we have so many of them, and they all just so happen to be really, really good. Now, Reinforce, you wanted to speak about the only player on the Florida roster returning from last year, and that's Checkmate, who, well, I guess through no fault of his own, became a little bit of a meme last season as he had to switch roles last year. But this year, he's going to be back on DPS. What do you think of his DPS? What do you think of his Genji?
I mean, it's all right. You know, it's Genji's okay.
It's
you know,
all right.
what you can expect from the Florida Mayhem. You know, they're a mid-table team, and Checkmate is, you know, pulling his own. He's pretty good with the Genji. But this is all about me. You know, cashing in my stonks finally. You know,
okay.
I've been holding the Checkmate LLC for like better part of a year now. I've been waiting so long. I hyped this guy up last year. I wanted to see him played, and he never did get to really shine in this damage role last year. And as you mentioned, OG of course had to go back to Korea last year for the Florida Mayhem, and that's when Checkmate was handled the task of playing Reinhardt for the Overwatch League team. But by the way, I mean at some point I'm just looking forward to see another damage or support player step into the tank role. But in a 5 versus 5 setting, it might be a bit more ludicrous, so it might not happen. But Checkmate last year, he did fill that role, so I'm looking forward to finally see Checkmate shine really and playing the comfort heroes that he's been waiting for so long to play now. And I do think that he has more in his arsenal than what he put on display in week 1 even. So Checkmate for the Florida Mayhem. This is a team that is on the rise in my opinion. They're very talented. They showed great fundamental understanding of like tempo, momentum. When do we push aggressive? When do we fall back? Stuff like that is very helpful if you want to secure some of these wins. So I'm just very happy for Checkmate. I got this here actually from last year, and I got this signed as well from the commissioner of the league, Sean Miller. So it says pays 1,000 owl tokens if Checkmate plays well, and you can see that's Sean's signature there. You know, that's completely him.
Yeah.
You forged
him.
that,
Absolutely
Johnny.
him. So
That's
yeah.
forged. Or did you actually get it?
You know,
no.
Reinforce, I can't help but think that
Please, I'd like to cash
you
that in.
sound like someone who's trying to sell his stonks. So, just a smidge. Just a little bit.
Now's a pretty good time, you know.
Just say bye. That's what you gotta do. Well, thank you so much for that financial advice, Reinforce. Now, Vancouver,
No financial
they
advice.
are certainly the underdogs.
No.
All right, let's move on.
At Reinforce on Twitter in case it doesn't work out for you guys. But yeah, Danny, if there's one player on the Vancouver squad which you think can drag them over the finish line and get them the W, which player is it going to be?
To be honest, I don't know if this person could get the W for the team, but it would. He could try, and he could, you know, raise the success rate, I guess, if he really tried. And I'm talking about Aspire. I remember his Widow was super good last season. I do think, yeah, there we go. There's a clip when he was on the Toronto Defiant. I remember this clip right here. He gets a 6-shot on Blister. That one, yes. I want to see more of Aspire's Widow. Like we're seeing right now, we're seeing a lot more Widow and Sigma being played on our escort map, Circuit Royale. And yeah, I just really think because Vancouver Titans, you know, things are a little rough for them right now.
Yeah.
Put him in, put him on that Widow. Let him click some headshots, and
Good
I
luck.
think that would help out the team a lot.
And if anything,
Good luck.
and if anything, it made Danny happy. And what else can we really ask for? Now, Widow can certainly take over a game in Overwatch 2 with so many less shields on the field. Also, late news today is that Vancouver has actually signed Mirror. So we'll see how that plays into their season going forward. Now, Reinforce, you see another way for Vancouver to improve their play, and that is perhaps, you know, bucking the meta and just playing to their strength.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was obvious to everyone last week, quite honestly, that False struggled quite a bit on the Winston. Of course, this is a player that came into the league as an off-tank player from Overwatch 6 vs 6 and predominantly played Sigma in contenders, and now he's stuck here trying to dive, playing Winston, which, you know, you can do a pretty doable job of it, but when you're going up against brawl compositions like the normal Spitfires, it's really hard to pull off some of these leaps, and managing your positioning, you have to do it in a completely different way versus when you're playing against dive compositions. So if the Vancouver Titans want to get some of these wins, mind you, I mean, you lost to the Boston Uprising and the London Spitfire. It's not getting any easier from here. Maybe you need to lean into some of these strengths, and some of the times they're going to have to play compositions that aren't necessarily the meta, that aren't played by some of these better teams, but they need to find what works for them. And so maybe False not playing this Winston could be something that lends in their favor. Perhaps you want to put False back onto that Sigma wherever you can to force some of those Aspire Widow compositions.
Yeah, and I mean, Vancouver certainly has some questions to answer, but we also have a question to answer. That's who we believe will win the matches today. So without any further ado, predictions. It's time to see who went which way with their predictions. I feel like it's going to be unanimous, but maybe it isn't.
Okay.
All right.
How about this one?
Daniel Lim. It's not even your name, but still. Do you want to defend yourself, or you just want to let that one?
Hey Pelicans, show him your 선배 power, senpai power, all right?
All right, senpai power is what we're hoping.
It's a good pick. I like it. I had the Houston Outlaws originally too as well, but then I flipped back to the San Francisco Shock. I mean, someone called me a waffler this past week, and I'm just going to embrace that. The waffler of the broadcast. I'm just embracing that. I got the Shock.
I don't even know what that means, but I like the word.
I love waffles.
Someone who's like flip-flops, like I predicted the Houston Outlaws and the San Francisco Shock, and like, you know, but originally I think that the peak level of Houston Outlaws really is there when they play their A game, but Shock is just like a more comfortable pick in my opinion.
No.
It's definitely the easier one, but you're playing with house money, so it doesn't matter because you're currently in the lead. So that's it for our Watchpoint pre-show. It's pre-show also. Yeah. It's time to get the game started. This is week 2 of the Overwatch League 2022. Season starts right now.
Let's go!
A victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the Overwatch League. I appreciate the feedback Johnny got there for being a waffler. Yeah, it actually means you just go on and on and on without actually saying anything of substance. I've made a living out of that for 13 years, Johnny, so I really wouldn't worry about it. But good to be with you here today.
Tell. I mean, you just, I mean, if you watch the whole pre-show and then that whole intro, and then you got to be told this is the Overwatch League, you know. You gotta get up to speed.
I mean, maybe someone just tuned in. You know what I mean? Maybe they missed the logo at the end of that last, and me waffling, you know, over like the last 3 grand finals match. Sure. Look, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a personal question. Let's say you're an Overwatch League player, right? And you are getting ready for the season. You're getting geared up, and then you get dropped like a week before the season starts because they found a better player. How would you feel then if you got the opportunity to play against the team that did that to you?
Right. So that's kind of the situation you're talking about with Mirror. Mirror was on Florida. I think the reasoning they kind of gave for, you know, releasing him from the roster was that they thought he could be like really flexible and play like numerous different positions, and like it just wasn't really working out, and that if he, you know, if you wanted to have a dedicated DPS player, you were better off going in a different direction. But no, Vancouver takes advantage of it and picks him up.
No doubt about it. I mean, Mira, one of his biggest, most prolific picks was actually the Doomfist, right? Among many others, let's be clear. Now let's move to the tank designation. Maybe, you know, that hero pool that he's displayed prowess on a little more narrow here. But it is the Florida Mayhem, of course, opting to bring Exi into their roster, who hasn't made it quite to the United States yet, going up against the Vancouver Titans. Let's talk Florida here, Matthew. Look, I think this team definitely had some scrappy matches to start their week 1. I think, you know, I'm glad the desk brought up Sir Majid. I think he was very impressive on that Ana especially.
Yeah, he was fantastic in their week 1 games. I expect that to kind of carry over. I thought Hydron as well, and the Soldier 76 mostly, looked really strong as well. I think this Florida team could be one that's a little bit better than what people expected coming into the season. I don't think anyone kind of had them, you know, in your like upper echelon of the West.
No.
I think though, like, you know, they could definitely make a run for it and beat some of those teams near the top.
Yeah, Sermaged came out of week number 1, by the way, as the number 1 Ana in final blows and enemy slept. So the 2 things that Ana is needing to do more of lately, or at least in this 5v5 format, Matt. Sleeping your opponents, because you have one of the only forms of hard crowd control available to supports, and getting involved in securing those kills. That's something the Mayhem are going to want to lean on here, and this was pointed out on the desk. Obviously some pretty scary DPS threats on this Titans team, but False is yet to acclimate to what he's dealing with in the 5v5 setup.
It's tough, like Johnny mentioned, you know, trying to go from, you know, playing some of those Sigma type roles to now playing main tanks in situations. I like the Mirror pickup for this team. I think I just saw the Florida Mayhem. They tweeted out that like Mirror's still in Florida, maybe even playing like with them in their facility for all we know. They're like, it would be a shame if he DC'd, but I think he provides a really good flex DPS kind of partner to Aspire. Aspire very strong in the hit scan. You bring in Mirror, who can play loads of different stuff.
Yeah, and I think, look, the only reason why we didn't even get to see the full hero pool from Mirror is because at times he was playing alongside Kevster, who when he was playing the Tracer, he could play a Genji, also that Echo. We know Mirror was very, very good in the projector role, especially, but he had so much crossover in what he could provide. So this Vancouver Titans team, again, a little bit of a wild card of what we should expect from them, but Matt, we kind of know what we've seen the last couple of weeks, and there's not been any huge changes to this build of Overwatch 2 PvP beta. So we have a feeling we probably know what we're going to see.
Yeah, and the Gladiators, they use Mirror in some other ways as well. They put him on like on the Zarya, like a decent amount. So now maybe that's kind of how Florida was trying to use him, is use him in some of like the tank situations, use him in some of the damage. It wasn't working out really great for either role, and then decided to kind of go the way they did, which was release him. So Coliseum will be the first map in the series, so we'll see push early on today. As I know that'll be,
in fact.
Yeah, that'll be game 1 and game 5 in the set this week.
So we'll see if we get out there to New Queen Street. Obviously, the Vancouver Titans had to shrug off the fatigue of a very long series last week. We got to see, you know, what they would go up against the London Spitfire. And I think it was pointed out as well that False had some challenges going up, Matt, against that sort of Reinhardt-based boots on the ground, rush setup with the May involved. We don't obviously expect the Mayhem to sort of emulate that to a great degree, right? We know that the Mayhem are preferring something a little bit more standard. Eyes on Hydron as well, because this is a team that has opted to bring Tracer into some of those scenarios when the enemy's playing Echo or Doomfist, giving you a bit of extra flexibility and also making it a little bit hard for either of those heroes to keep you in check.
I also think we're going to see a meta that's a little bit in flux here at the beginning of this stage of the season. No, and I think kind of as the year goes on, really just teams experimenting. As Florida, this looks like a composition that they will end up running. I mentioned Hydron on the Soldier, played really well last week. They'll have checkmate on Tracer here to kick things off. And then for the Titans, they'll have Mirror on the Genji.
Right, obviously Hydron played the Tracer, I think, in a Genji Tracer setup here, but no surprise to see Aspire and Hydron on the Soldier 76. Aspire especially loved to go on these sort of long flanks whenever he could on this particular hero. We'll start with Florida around the bot. Now, it doesn't unlock for the first, you know, part of this round, so Vancouver lose nothing from playing from the outside, trying to see if they can find a way to penetrate.
Yeah, it looks like
False
they're just trying to die. Yeah, I know. I mean, False is so low. Gets hit with a biotic grenade. Slapped as he jumps in. So, there's nothing he can do really at that point to get out. Checkmate will chase him down.
Yeah, I mean, Sermaged, again, kind of what we foreshadowed a little bit. He has been extremely effective in hitting those sleep darts. Someone's going to eat one himself right now. It doesn't slow the Mayhem down too much, Matthew. They're in control, and the Titans are still waiting on their Winston to return. False is back on the ground.
So it looked like the Mayhem, they pushed the bot a little bit. They want to back up. Maybe this is not where they want to take that fight against the Titans. They want to let them in a little bit and then try and finish them off as Aspire gets taken down there by Checkmate, as Checkmate will get 2.
Yeah, devastating stuff there. Aztec and Spire, excuse me, both having taken a little bit of damage before he finds them. Checkmate really is the finisher right now, Matt.
Yeah, it's, on the traits are really causing problems for the Titans, and the Titans have not been able to do anything about it thus far. As Florida also did a nice job of just getting off of the bot. Don't want them to push that barrier up, knowing where they want to take these fights.
Spire trying to keep an idea on this. Release an eye on where Hydron is now as he gets close to attack from Visor. He's definitely well ahead of his Soldier 76 counterpart at the moment. And all the while, that bot is continuing to move. This is a pivotal part of the map, Matthew, now, with the Mayhem are forced into a low ground scenario, and yet they're still progressing through it. Vancouver have to make a move.
Yeah, and they're going to use the nano boost here onto Mirror. He's got to go down and try and make a play. I mean, you're not even close to Blade here, Mitch. Now you're going to start getting some of your other ultimates online. If you're the Titans, but you've given up so much to the Florida Mayhem already.
65.97, and we're not done. I mean, that bot was going to be moving in just a moment. Remember, they stopped for a time at that sort of checkpoint. We were forward spawned for Florida. We have key ultimates online. The Vancouver Titans have been absent in this round so far.
We'll see how they try and play this. It doesn't look like they want to push up the Titans. It looks like they want to take the fight a little bit further back. Now the attack visor, but that's going to be the sound barrier coming out.
Yeah, that's going to get stripped away from False pretty quickly, and all that extra health from the Primal Rage also is about to go by the wayside. Attack visor from Aspire, that's going to come out second here. There's no defensive ultimates for the Mayhem to prevent this, so they need to break line of sight. G gets rid of False, another final blow for the Honor Aficionado here, and it's dangerous times for the Titans. Even Mirror's Blade can't break the deadlock, and this bot is going to keep moving.
I mean, once someone gets up, it'll keep moving as the bot making its way across the bridge. And Mitch, even if the Titans are able to turn this, it's going to be so difficult. I mean, just think about the amount of progress they have to get going their way. And they've made none so far, literally none.
We don't expect this to occur frequently at this level of play, for the bot to make it so far to one side of the map. But that is just how far ahead Florida are right now. Checkmate very close to a pulse bomb. Everyone's grouping up around the biotic field. That could make them extra susceptible to this ability. And Mirror falls at long range in Tracer terms, as Checkmate's able to bring him down. Pulse doesn't stick. Checkmate looks elsewhere.
Florida's doing an excellent job at knowing where they want to take some of these fights on the map. They know they don't want to fight here in the open area with what they have. They fall back a little bit. The Titans have to get on the offensive. And Florida can really kind of pick where they want to set up on their defensive stand, so to speak.
Okay, someone with a Primal Rage here that's asleep. It had to be asleep there, otherwise Aztec was in deep trouble, even with the Biotic Grenade ticking, but this is also an issue. Attack Visor's going to claim Mirror with the help of Checkmate before False could really do anything about it. He gets a nano boost, but he's just so low he can barely peek out of his own bubble, and Masa has to skitter away. This is an absolute drubbing, Matthew. About as one-sided as you could ask for here as the Mayhem just keep pushing. There's no way they finish the map. That would be unreal.
I mean, they're going to have a sound barrier here if they want to invest it, but you lose 2 players, you may want to end up saving all of that. As Masa contesting the barrier, but I mean, this has to be an unreal turnaround here from the Titans. Aspire had to go over to the Widowmaker now on 76 to get back, but man, you see at the top of your screen how far the bot needs to go to just start pushing their barrier. Like, they haven't even made any progress.
The Vancouver Titans are being dragged bodily behind the chariot of the Mayhem right now. That is the best metaphor I can have for this kind of performance. What a great dive. Checkmate, of course, was there in a flash, assisting in getting rid of Aspire. And Aztec lasts not much longer at all. It's an absolutely devastating onslaught from the Mayhem here. The Titans just wiped from the face of the map.
Yeah, that bot will keep moving in favor of the Florida Mayhem. It's just so difficult on push to finish the map, right? The defensive spawn is so close. And your spawn, even though you have that further up one, is still not great. Surmagin hits a biotic grenade on Mirror, they're able to finish him off.
Animo with a sound barrier now, so if the Mayhem just want to dig a little extra deep and finish the fight here, look at where the barricade is. It's very close. Hydron, though, caught out by a biotic grenade from Aztec and can't escape the scrutiny of False. Animo sees a few bubbles in the way, some line of sight obscuring elements, so doesn't want to beat quite yet, but they might get what they wanted anyway. Aspire again, the one to stand. Oh no! You're kidding me! Vancouver have let the bot push to the end of the map. And Masa in the chat with a Charlie Niner acknowledging what happened there. That was about the most one-sided game of push I have ever seen.
I mean, that is actually probably as one-sided as you can get. one team completes the map, the other team does not push their barrier at all. No progress whatsoever the entire round. That is not a good start for the Vancouver Titans.
Quiet contemplation for the Titans. The Mayhem are eyes wide open, and the Titans appear to be asleep at the wheel, ladies and gentlemen. They had better shake themselves silly and get themselves ready for a second map, because they are well behind to begin this series. Don't go too far. Map number 2 will be up next.
performance in this fight. The Danish Dynamo laying down the law.
Looking for it, Psycho's got another pull from to try and win it in honor. Gets taken down.
Rotation to deploy for WGS Phoenix, winning the fight. Saved by Aztec.
Oh my. Even Scale instantly deleted.
Oh my goodness. A little bait switcher.
Oh man, talk about first round knockout. Nothing says hello Data's my old friend than getting cleared on a push map, Matthew. Rough start for the Vancouver Titans.
Yeah, not good. Not good at all there for the Titans. And this Titans roster, man, they have a lot of talent. Like, you look at Masa, like, he's played great in the Overwatch League in the past. We know what Aspire did last year. Yeah, you just signed Mirror. You got Shockwave on the team. You expect good things out of Falls coming in. I mean, they just get rolled there at map number 1. Who knows? I mean, we even talked a little bit about, like, how many push maps are we going to see completed all season? I didn't expect many. I also would not have expected many that go the distance and the other team doesn't get anything. Yeah, it's a bit rough. I think if you're Vancouver, you just got to shake that one off. Know you're better than that and put a better showing up in here on Dorado. But, man, Florida looked really good there early.
Pretty clever from the Mayhem. I think, you pointed out, Matthew, that the Mayhem seemed very sort of selective about where they chose to take fights on Colosseo, to try to make sure that they were operating from a position of power as often as possible. We're still seeing the way that teams choose to play these push maps evolve week by week, but that looked like one of the more sophisticated approaches to this map, albeit with an opponent that wasn't exactly standing up for themselves that well.
Well, we've heard pro players talk about it, and you kind of saw it there if you went back and watched it again. Florida wins like the first 2 fights, and they kind of have ultimates already where the Titans were wiped across the board, and they had like nothing. I think they just had the nano boost, and they had to use it on Mirror just to try and go in, make a play for the barrier and the bot. But you see in push, when you lose some of those early fights, you get really far behind.
It was hard to see what the plan was there for the Vancouver Titans, Matthew, where they sort of would begin
honestly,
to try and wrest control back.
Well, I mean, when things are going that way, the plan kind of gets thrown out the window. Like, you can't even really execute their plan, right? Because Florida can dictate where all the fights are going to take place. You don't really have any ultimates or anything to work with. You're just kind of running into whatever they're going to give you. It's tough.
I sniped this away from our stats department, obviously, at the start of the show here, but a reminder, and one of the biggest issues for False is Sermajet. Final blows, obviously, number 1 in Ana, 3.1 per 10 is pretty decent, right? I mean, at least that's the benchmark now, being set early on in the season. But crucially, 5.8 enemy select per 10 minutes there, so a very good rate, and that kind of disruption is one of the big elements that prevented the Titans from being able to mount any form of a comeback. You need this from your Ana player this season. I mean, we talk about Ultraviolet, right? We talk about, Twilight. We talk about all these incredible flex support players. I think that might be the most stacked role in this entire league, Matthew. But you can see how much is required of you on that role to have true impact, and to have an outsized impact is very hard.
I think Sermajet as well, you're kind of seeing like how players are playing the support role now in Overwatch 2, right? Where playing it a little bit more aggressively, contributing in terms of final blows. The biotic grenade kills are huge. Just being a little bit more of an offensive force as opposed to just kind of constantly healing the players in front of you all the time.
So keep an eye out for that. Obviously, the same from Aztac, right? We knew Aztac as someone who played a lot more Zenyatta, I would say, on the Defiant sort of in the past. Obviously showed us a pretty high level of ability there. And again, it's going to be important for him to try and keep someone in check on that flex support role. Now, Mirror has shown us obviously a bit of his trademark flexibility, right? We saw the Genji from him, not able to have the impact he was looking for. Dorado was a new opportunity for the Vancouver Titans to show us what they're working on. This is very last minute for Mirror coming in. I just want to make this very clear. Don't know how long this deal's been in the works, but we know that he was only dropped from the Mayhem not so long ago. So it can't have been that long, Matthew.
Yeah. The tweet comes out this morning. And then
yes,
he's in the game today. So, you don't know how long they've had it in the works, right? Has he been like trialing for them for a period, and they just kind of get it done now, and now he's in the team? Just don't really know. But it's obviously tough to add a new player in the mix, especially during the season, so early in the season, and also going up against the team that he was on for a long period of time, right? Looking like he was going to be a member of the Mayhem this season doesn't turn out that way.
This is an interesting composition. So the Vancouver Titans, it's a little bit of a tweak, I would say, on what we saw from the Spitfire, right? They actually have the Moira Lucio instead of a Baptiste here, but they do bring in the May, the Reaper, and they have a D.Va instead of a Reinhardt, probably because they want some flexibility in accessing sort of high and low ground, respectively. In a pinch. What do you think about this composition, man? Hello. That's legal. That wall's legal, chat. Relax. Just a May wall.
5,
Yep.
4,
So, I don't know how much I like this, especially when you can have Echo in the mix at 76. You're going to have to really run some of these targets down for the Florida Mayhem, because it is, you know, like a little bit of an old school rush comp, right? It's not Mirror standing around the corner, kind of waiting and baiting with that May wall.
Oh, that's high aspirations over there. He has the right ball to get away. Will escape, but was spotted out early. Focusing being here on false.
I mean, I can't even say I did it right. I mean, that would just be weird. So yeah, I thought that was some of your best work.
Contractually obliged to be nice to me. Oh dear.
One of the hardest parts about working with Mitch Leslie, can't disagree. Can't talk that often since he's just talking the whole time. You know, what else? I gotta laugh at your funny outfits. Is that it? Like,
too bad I gotta fill in my contract, bro.
Like hit all 3 major buckets.
Look, I mean, that high ground defense just blows up in the Titan space. So they made the big switch here, right? They've got the Tracer, the Winston comes in, but they still have the Moira Lucio.
Yeah. You'll have the Brig in the mix here as well for the Mayhem. Mir gets a little bit low, but you see Checkmate actually kind of get right up above that roof, slide down, stay in the air a little bit longer. Nice movement there. Checkmate, he's going to have a duplicate. Now, this looks like the Florida Mayhem. They're going to be able to take this first checkpoint rather quickly as well. And the first map play of the Titans carrying over here to map number 2.
Yeah, it feels that way, right? Momentum really wasn't able to shift in that sort of break. What a point out as well, we have a break here, so a lot of healing. I mean, this throughput for the Mayhem might be one of the highest sort of support combinations for raw healing output, and it's tough for Mirror to get close, right? So the Bionate come in from Sermajet has forced him away.
Yeah, Brick is pretty strong right now in the right situations. And you lose Mirror right off the bat, and you invest in I mean, you need a fight win, and maybe it's a situation where you're trying to use something different. Masa gets slept there while he has sound barrier from a distance. I think you can see it on your screen. That is a sick sleep there from Sermajet. Is Cart gonna keep on moving?
Yeah, I'm going to quote you here, Matthew, is this match may end up being rather unclose.
Yep.
Definitely
has that.
Visor dropped in. I mean, Hydra just jumped in, right? Even with Coalescence in play, what are you going to do against Attack Visor from the high ground with a nano boost?
This is a long flank.
Hey, my boy Spy, he liked it. He liked to flank. He do be flanking.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The sideshow special here coming out. Week 2.
Checkmate and the focusing beam over the top there. That's going to force Axe-Tack back. Here's another duplication. Body grenade, no connections. No sleep in the pocket. And a catches Mirror. Who's the fairest one of all, Mirror? Whoever, I guess, has your number. This time it's Checkmate. I don't think Falls is going to be able to do too much here outside of primaling.
But you're going to get another nano for Hydro there, I believe, for small period time. But man, this is going to be the second checkpoint already for the Florida Mayhem. They got something to do after this or what? Like, I mean, they are speed running right now. As the Titans, this is such a difficult situation. You know, everything you're kind of throwing at them isn't working. Mayhem really playing on another level here early on. Right. It just kind of starts to spiral out of control. They just need a fight win. Really, they kind of just tease them a little bit.
Oh, Spire! He's hit with everything! Bloody hell! Magenta's just thrown the book at the guy! Sleep, Bio, 4 straight back. This relationship is no longer adversarial, Matt. This is more domesticated. The Vancouver Titans are being told what and where to do, how, and why.
Yeah, and I mean, Hydra on the high ground with attack visor going to drop down. Mirror's going to switch over to Echo, but this is way too late. Is Spire going to go on the Widowmaker here? Probably just trying to get a pick. Some desperation swaps here at the end for the Titans. They'll have a nano boost, but you're also going to have the Florida Mayhem with one as well. And when you have to fight on the cart, the Brig is going to be even more effective.
Spire's angles are so limited here, Matt. He tries to pick out with the Widowmaker. Same kind of thing he tried to do on Colosseum. It actually had a bit more success that time. Falston checkmate, sticky bombs connecting. Falston charged up, sat on some health, and checkmate. Running out of gas there. Someone eventually will be roused, but Aztec will fall and leave a Spire left to try and stall this one out solo. The recall force and someone who realizes that discretion is the better part of Valiant here.
All right, so you got to stop. Obviously at the end of the map, but still, Titans, they're able to get a stop here. Spire goes over to Tracer, should be a little bit more effective against the Echo. And then you got to start chaining these things together. Spire goes a little Reaper here, he's trying to keep someone off the back line. Oh, they slept him off to get him out.
Chalk another one up from the Jet. Yeah, that's filthy. Bubble to use there, excuse me, from False. The Spire took a bunch of sticky bombs though, with the focusing beam's going to make short work of the Zarya. Mirror also having his wings clipped as the cart sails on in. That's 2:36 on the clock. No, you're not seeing things. This is Florida really leaning into the Titans now.
Right, and I kind of mentioned I didn't really love the Titans' defensive comp. Just playing Overwatch 2 and just watching so many scrims and games played, like mobility and just aggression seem to be things that are working out for a lot of teams well, where that kind of composition's like very kind of stagnant. You want to be like a rush comp, like run people down. But when the other team has so many characters with great mobility, then you kind of like, okay, well maybe like in the past, right, you'd be like, oh, well, Soldier 76, right? But with the sprint and the speed boost for DPS, like he can get out so fast. I mean, you also have a Lucio in the mix, Echo up in the sky. It's just not something that works out. So we'll see what the Mayhem decide to do on defense. This will be checkmate on the Tracer, Hydron on the 76. Pretty consistent what we've seen from them. Let's take a look at this.
I mean, that's just speculative, really, isn't it? But again, narrow corridor.
Yeah.
Marcel hoping to peek out. Oof. That says it all, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, whatever he's doing, gonna predict or land these sleep darts, it's working. Wow, he's like #1, I think we just saw, right?
That's right. Yeah, I mean, after week 1, he was #1. So,
yeah.
I mean, I guess that hasn't changed yet.
Thank you.
Still the leader, Matthew.
I ain't got the stats or the official numbers, but by the eye test,
I got him.
Looks like he's hitting a button.
5. In this map, 5 enemies slept. Aztec has 3. Crucially, Sermagine has 15 defensive assists. Aztec has 0.
Ooh, okay.
Too shabby.
Spire with a nice shot off the rip. Mirror Dynasty just bring it right back. So a good opening here from the Spires. We've seen what he's been able to do on hit scan heroes in the past. Coming out here on the Widowmaker could be a big difference.
You can see how the Mayhem feel about that first pick just based on the position of their Winston here, right? They're just no longer in a spot to play the top of that position where many teams try and hold from. Massa is on reconnaissance duty there. Got to keep him over the top of the building. Checkmate will be warded off as the Spire is in a pretty unassailable position. Oh, nicely done. Hydra is fell.
It's 2 picks, but let's see if they can get any cart progress with it because it's stuck underneath the bridge.
I love that. Great little bait there from a Spire. Beautiful work. Look how he's following up here on what False is setting up. The Spire baited it. It was dropping down and then quickly grappled up. Great way to frustrate him and chasing him. Another race here from Massa. Those have been off cooldown, and it keeps the Titans with gas in the tank.
Yeah, as see the payload continue its move here. Let's see if Florida decides to fight this again. They have some obviously time in the bank to work with. This Spire picks up another one. I mean, it's been every fight, like the first pick has gone in the way of the Titans because the Spire has been just popping off.
Remember when he was brought on to the Defiant, Matt, on that sort of short-term contract, this was how he sort of shocked everybody and delighted us with this sort of hit scan play, the Widowmaker especially. This is absolutely the wheelhouse for Aspire, and this is absolutely the bare minimum the Titans need to show to get back in this map.
So we'll take a look. Yeah, I mean, they're going to need a lot to get back in the map, right? It's just, you know, I think if you're the Titans, you're not even really trying to like set a better time. You're just trying to complete the map and give yourself a chance. Hydra just turns around the corner. I mean, just domes Aspire, and now you get a win for the Florida Mayhem here. Looks like Mouse is actually going to end up using the Valkyrie, so maybe they want to try and fight this. It looks like he's trying to go after the Widow, yeah.
Yeah, he clocked him. It wasn't just Master there as well. I think there was a lot of pressure from Mira trying to go towards Hydron, who was, again, I think trying to take pot shots at a Mercy Valkyrie midair, so not an easy ask for any Widow. And again, that's more space here for the Titans, so they're doing a great job now playing ahead and punishing sort of the enemy Widow positioning, whether it's by Aspire's picks or by, you know, Mira chasing them down. Is it duplicated on Winston, Matt?
Yeah, looks like, oh, you see actually there, Sermagent going for the sleep dart. It looked like False ended up using the defense matrix. And ended up kind of keeping Mira alive, able to get that primal rage going, pick up a kill. Can it result in payload progress, though? That's kind of what we're looking at, is Mira trying to use the focusing beam, not going to work out well.
Yeah, false sense of security. I think he thought he had that one, but probably wasn't tracking someone's ult. I mean, I don't think you do there. And that's the classic punish when you try and deal with a Winston. Also bearing in mind, you know, when Echo copies tanks now, she doesn't get their full health pool. But when she's able, if you're able to get a primal rage in that duplicate form, it's still 800 HP to work with. So you still get the durability that you used to always copy tanks for.
You got the sights there from Hydron, but Aspire still picks up another one. I mean, he is trying. He is trying hard to bring the Titans back into this. Is really, though, starting every fight off with a pick. You're just not making a ton of payload progress around it.
You can see pinging towards the presumed location of Hydron. I mean, Aspire is correct right now, but again, it's the Winston dive that's a problem. Aspire trying to look towards his opposite number, wins out, despite the fact that he's getting 800,000 volts. Oh, he's furious about that one.
Yeah.
Deal with the Winston, he says. Looks like someone will. Mira's able to jump in, focusing beam down, get rid of someone, but everyone's grouped up here for the Mayhem, and it made it a death pit to dive into.
So they're going to leave False staggered here in Baby Diva mode. Let him try and chase people down. It's almost worse now, right? Especially here in Dorado, you kind of think of like how the map is. Like, there's not really a great spot for him to jump off, right?
No, it's a long walk, and I don't think he fancies it here.
Well, at this point, you're not. They got to keep him alive now.
Extra 15 seconds. That's sights for Aspire. He would love to find his armor straight off the back. False has already gone down. That's devastating.
That is such a large waste of time.
The complete stagger.
Yeah, that is an enormous waste of time. And Checkmate comes in and he's nanoed, right? So that obviously helps with some of the burst damage, but man, to not be able to get that mech back there and just kind of play for it for so long, and no, not really a choice here on Dorado because of the map, but yeah, that is tough.
And that's how you slow down a team that's, you know, in a position where their DPS are firing, right? You just say, okay, well, you get no value out of your tank here. We're basically going to shut False out of the game for a long time. Someone dived, has a bit of assistance there. Aztac being pressured, but the sleep dart connects. Pulse bomb doesn't connect for Checkmate, but the pulse pistols do. Masa needs to be a little bit careful. Do not dump altitude. He's using the roof to try and stay alive, but someone chased him. Unreal.
Yeah, someone able to use the jump, get right up in his face. Aspire gets one, but look at this. The
he's done. He's done.
Yeah. I mean, nice mechanics there from someone, but tough go from Aspire. Gets another pick, but nothing comes out of it. So what do you do here? I mean, the Titans, you do have some ultimates, right? Now you're gonna have your nano boost. Maybe you kind of nano the Diva, a little bit more damage, a little bit more survivability. You lose Mirror, and he has a duplicate image.
Yeah, res though, possible. Hydron not quite quick enough to punish it. There it is, Mirror comes alive, gets rid of Majid immediately. Has duplicate available, as you mentioned. Someone, the sticky bombs. Okay, so it comes a little bit later, but the Winston's not able to escape. This is the biggest opportunity for the Titans here in this map.
So Florida get another shot on defense, though. You held on to the duplicate, and you held on to Valkyrie and self-destruct here, though, if you're the Titans. So a lot to work with. So you're gonna have to use this self-destruct a little bit early. Not an ultimate that gets like tons of kills, though, really, anymore. So not the worst.
Oh, Sound Barrier came a little bit too late to save Hydron's life here. He's been getting gapped by Aspire in a big way this half. But the card, you still need to pay attention to it. False had to briefly step away from it, and Aztac has no protection. The Pulse Bomb connects, and now it's going to be the duplicated D-suit from Mira. Self-destruct managed to catch someone out, though, and Sermajit and Checkmate are the only ones that can keep this going, and Nana over towards the Tracer here, but there needs to be a touch on the card. It's just False. And Mira, who doesn't really want to touch, but will have to in a moment potentially. They'll get to that checkpoint, Matt. They'll get 90 seconds extension.
But you're still in a great spot if you're the Florida Mayhem. You end up using some ultimates there towards the end, but still, you like your chances. You're like 2 fight wins away, maybe like 3 from winning this map, going up 2-0 in the series rather fast. So Masa will change over to the Brig here. So we're trying to wait for that Florida Mayhem dive, play a little bit more defensive with that Brigitte.
Someone eyeing off the Titans as they make their way down this corridor. Was able to get past False, but he'll be boot back by Masa. The whip shot is going to make it hard for him to access his intended target. False hit with a Bionic Grenade right now, but pretty comfortable, all things considered. Somehow, yep, the Pulse Bomb's just going to go into the D-Matrix. Nice awareness by False there on this D.Va. Make sure that they didn't get blown to smithereens there, because that was so grouped up for that Pulse Bomb.
So, this will be the Nano here. For a little bit onto Mirror, but not really able to get a ton of value with it. But you see, we're already at 20 seconds. And where the payload is, you're going to have another fight here, but you're probably going to have a sound barrier, maybe a Nano for the Florida Mayhem as Hydron takes him out.
That's 4 for Hydron in this fight, Matthew. He's playing this off angle, and he can see everybody in that corridor as they peek past the doorway. One by one, the Titans get picked off by this guy who was at a quiet round up until now, but he opened that fight with a pick on a Spire, getting rid of the enemy Widowmaker, and now it's just desperation. False can touch, sure enough. Checkmate goes down to the sticky bombs here, and this is the last fight either way.
Well, looks like Florida pushed past False. They know he can't kind of come back with that defense matrix to help out. And they're just trying to pick up some kills and then double back to the payload. But is anybody going to go back to the payload?
The primal is so huge here. Mirror gets that extra HP. False, that we see just how low his teammate is. He's about to come out of that duplication, so keep an eye on the Echo. I don't think there's much that can be done here. Mirror gets rid of Vanamo, but is taken down by Checkmate, and that's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. The Titans make an admirable comeback in that second half, but eventually Hydron switches back on. Big 4K in that second to last fight to set the Mayhem up for success.
Yeah, they looked much better on that map, did the Titans, but still not enough. Aspire being able to click some heads on the Widowmaker really opened some things up. You know, Aztec was playing pretty good there, but not enough as Florida set his crazy fast time on offense.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, stick around. One last chance for the Titans to make a match of this. Or will they be steamrolled by the Mayhem? Only one way to find out. Don't go anywhere. The Overwatch League Pick'em is back and better than ever. Be sure to make your picks every week during the Kickoff Clash qualifiers to win cash and new prizes like OWL tokens. And this year you can make your picks on the Overwatch League mobile app. My pick'ems look like dog's breakfast right now. Hopefully yours are coming together nicely. So many of you probably had the Mayhem inching ahead in this matchup. I wonder how many thought the 3-0 was possible, as it still is. As it's a 2-0 lead right now to the Mayhem.
So we'll see if there's a little bit of a comeback left inside of the Titans. They looked a bit better there on map number 2. Still, I think that 3-2 kind of scoreline on their scoreboard, it looks closer than I think it probably was. Titans definitely came alive, but still not great. So we'll go into King's Row coming up next. We'll see what the Titans give us. You know, another opportunity. Maybe Aspire pulls out the Widowmaker, able to hit a few shots early on. Put things in your favor, because that's when it looked like they were at their best.
Aspire typed in the lobby chat midway sort of during this break. Hydron, you are looking to run back the Widow matchup again? No response. I don't know if that's going to be part of the playbook here for the Florida Mayhem, as we've seen the Widow get value on this map. Of course, this was the site of the Great Merry-Go-Round, for those that recall. The Bamboozle. I don't know if the Mayhem, though, really mind too much about that. Again, we'll probably see them, Soldier Tracer, Soldier Genji, get some plenty of value.
Yeah, Mayhem don't have to reinvent anything here, right? They know what works currently, especially against this Titans team. The Titans, they'll be on defense, and it looks like they may try and go with one of these like Reaper-centric comps again. They don't have the May this time, because probably expecting like the Echo, or the Tracer is really good against the Echo. And we'll see maybe if it works out a little bit better.
All right. Reaper, Tracer. Let's keep an eye on Mira's positioning here. Now, the Titans tried this as well on Dorado, playing Reaper defense at first point with the Diva. So this is definitely something they've been working on here. Now, I got spotted out pretty early on and really fell apart. So they're going to hope to tighten all the screws in this setup here defensively. We'll try and keep the position of that Reaper unknown for as long as possible. Masa forced to respect Hydron's damage there, and Mira about to check your bags in that.
And once Florida kind of comes out of spawn and sees that there's a Tracer on the other side, they don't have to play the Echo. They don't have to kind of play right into it. As Mirror with a nice TP across, it'll take out Sir Majed.
Cat's out of the bag, right? TP's forward. Majed, though, was already getting dove by False, so that's what you want to see if you see the Titans on like a Diva sort of Reaper setup, making sure that both elements of that pincer are coming together at the right time. Florida now, bit of a mix-up.
Yeah, so May with a Reinhardt and a Batiste. So a composition we haven't seen really at all. Is that all right? Well, just walk on in and kill everybody.
All right, didn't even ring the doorbell.
Right.
Fair enough. I mean, Checkmate sends.
I don't even think that wasn't even like a compositional thing. They just walked in, and just killed everybody.
Absolutely, Checkmate. I mean, he just sends a right click upstairs, and it looked like Hydron had the extra.
Dude, all right, that's really funny.
Oh man, great poker face from Hydron. The best jokes are told with those sort of poker faces. So Marsart never okay. Have you ever spoken to the guy as well? Very dry humor. Honestly, something that the Finnish is sort of known for. Marsart takes that to 11. So yeah, he's not okay. Shout out to
Masa's
new song coming out.
Masa's a competitor. Like, he does not want to lose games in this type of fashion. I mean,
all right, nice pulse there. Big one from Aspire. Unclear if that was actually stuck to Majid or not. Get proximity healing sort of makes that the dangerous prospect. Mirror forced the block out of Checkmate, but the Titans, they get a 2K pulse bomb, and it's unclear if they'll be able to advance here still.
It's doesn't look like they're going to be able to get a stop. So Florida can just push right on forward. So someone's playing Mystery Heroes. I mean, what was this? Winston to Reinhardt, now to Zarya. So some constant changes coming out, but Zarya with the double bubble here against the dive probably helps keep the supports alive a little bit longer. Also, really strong against Diva. So not a bad choice.
Now, you constantly pressure False here just with damage, especially if you're charged up. False needs to spend a minimum of time in the front line if that's the case. Here's the dive, bubbles there, and Matrix, boom! Pop goes the Weasel. False gets a sound barrier at the very least here, drops his mech behind. Self-destruct buys the Titans a little bit of time. Nice sleep dart across the map from Aztac though, but Mira is not getting out unscathed, and Masa's put on ice.
Now, and Titans, they invest some ultimates here. Gonna have nothing for this next fight. You're gonna have the Blizzard and a grab coming on through for the Mayhem. So the Mayhem, again, looking like they could set a really fast time here on King's Row. So Titans just, yeah, they just haven't been able to put it together consistently today. We've seen moments. No Aspire on the Widowmaker. He'll go back to Widow again. False match on the Zarya, but he's just not able to put together for like an extended period at a time.
One of the things about the move to 5v5 map means we probably have to throw out a lot of the map completion records we had in 6v6 because the game is fundamentally
even
different.
Stat records, to be fair. I mean, some of those damage numbers are going to be way different. You know, lots of stuff.
That being said, maybe a record in the making here for the Florida Mayhem. 4:18 on the clock. Aspire, great shot. He's able to see Hydron coming there. And now the blade to finish things off. So, Titans well positioned here. Aspire with another headshot elimination. Beautiful deflect. He was ready for it.
Do you need, like, we've seen stats and data that getting a first pick in Overwatch 2, obviously, is extremely impactful. After they get the first kill with the Widow, do you need to use Nano Blade in combination there? You don't have anything now for this next fight.
I mean, the numbers would suggest that your odds of losing that fight are...
I love the banter in this game, by the way. I think it's fantastic.
Oh, dear. Okay, Mirror. Yeah, not good. That is, well, a compromising situation to be in there. Looks like he was clipped by Majid there, if I'm not mistaken. Masa is beckoning Hydron to join him in Oblivion. He declines, so he's got a game still to finish.
So Maywall on one side, grab on the cart.
Good heavens, Matthew.
8 minutes and 16 seconds, man. It's not a good day for the Titans. Not a good day for the Titans.
Putting up
Florida's looked great today.
I think that's a better way to frame this, right?
Yes.
I think Florida, you know, they don't rely on the Widow a lot. Hydron's able to pull a lot of this sort of flanking pressure on the Soldier 76 here. I think someone's had a really good game as well.
It's a combination of both, to be fair. Florida has looked really strong, well prepared. I know Coliseum, right? We talked about taking fights in the right spot. Last map set a great time on offense. This map, really good adjustments, set a great time on offense. Where the Titans really kind of had nothing, like a few fights in a row. Like Aspire, I think, has looked good on the Widow. But you know, in other situations, like if he doesn't play the Widow and get that first pick, it almost seems like they never get it.
Yeah, I think the issue is that Aspire and Hydron want to play very different games right now. Fortunately for Aspire, Hydron playing the game that sort of, you know, is more conducive to his team winning. You know, you pick Widowmaker here if you wanted to, but that's just not a pocket pick for Hydron, and he's obviously able to do a lot more on this Soldier. We consider Aspire definitely to be a specialist when it comes to the Widowmaker, and he's got an opportunity here to make some impact on the attacking side, right? Have a bit more selection in terms of sight lines. Vancouver Titans, I mean, just, again, bare minimum is a huge pick to start this fight, Matt, and to be well underway in that second phase pretty quickly.
Yeah, Mirror will play the Pharah here, so Pharah Mercy, and then you also have the Widow. So this makes it like pretty difficult on the 76, right? Maybe trying to bait to a Widowmaker matchup.
Checkmate had to recall there because he didn't realize that someone had eaten up his mini health pack. He was not intending to have to use that ability there, but his teammate just flogged it out from under him. Sleep down on someone here, rather. Aspire getting into pole position, Matt.
Yeah. Hey, this is a sight line that the 76 does not want to fight. A nice shot there. The Aspire has been on point on the 76, on the Widow. As Hydron trying to make a play for the Pharah Mercy. Nothing he can do there. So yeah, this comp puts a lot of pressure on Soldier 76.
The classic pick for Mirror, excuse me, right? Mirror's Widowmaker is something we saw, Pharah, something we saw a lot of and was really impressed with in the years gone.
So you lose your Nana here. That's a large source of the healing for the rest of the team. The Mercy can't exactly just now pocket.
Oh, good lord. Watch out for the right click.
Yeah. He's dead.
Checkmate got Aspire there. Yep. So they managed to find, you know, both arms of that pincer and make the dive, and someone realized, hang on, there's actually no one in our territory right now. I'll just stand by the door, and the Titans offense fizzles after one tick.
I was going to say they were picking up some kills there, and like they don't really get a ton of progress for it. Like I think Aspire, we kind of went on his POV, and he was doing a nice job, like forcing sightlines. This would be a barrage. Gets one, Yeah, quick trade though. Can he res this?
Valkyrie there, so this res is... Oh, love the defense matrix deployment there from False. That's why it allows Master to do it. He's in Valk as well, so he's getting that out-of-combat regeneration constantly. It's a little bit hard to sort of blow him up, especially if you don't have burst damage. Someone gets out there with that self-destruct, but again, the Titans running out of legs again! Speaking of legs, Hydron's bringing him back in style!
Yeah, it's a Spire off to the side.
He's not happy, is he?
He's playing his own game.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Again,
yeah, to be fair, he's picking up kills, right? As Widowmaker, what can you do, right? Try and open things up, pick some kills, you know, kind of create some sightlines for your team, right? When he was on that platform that you kind of see over there on the right-hand side where Checkmate just came from, doing a nice job, like sectioning off the point, but not able to result in any type of progress.
Yeah, False slept. Booked into it on spot, but Mayhem are trying to spawn camp here, if I'm not mistaken, and False can't really contain these supports. False, yeah, won't have a chance to get back in the mech there either. Mira going down to Arnamo, not a great sign. Now the Mayhem are, well, they've moved into the Titans frat house, and they're basically putting their own boy band posters on the walls right now. Not a great look.
This is where I worry a little bit more for the Titans now, in the sense that Aspire's been so good on the Widowmaker and really been the one opening things up. But now he moves over to Tracer, obviously a pretty good Tracer player, but still, where are you getting these first picks in fights?
Checkmate about to potentially answer this question. Pulse in hand, doesn't need it. Arnamo gets involved, and that might be, yeah, False having to get away back to spawn. Checkmate opts still not to stick. This is a full-scale route. This is about...
This is one of the I mean, this is one of the more one-sided games we've had in Overwatch League, right? I mean, absolutely. Someone is on top of their spawn currently.
Someone's in a very annoying position. Obviously, he drops down and can just jump straight back up.
This is not a position the defensive Winston usually takes.
No, this is molecular deconstruction, Matthew.
I mean, forces the supports right back into the spawn. I mean, look at this. They can't get out of the door.
Well, hopefully we get to see Vancouver Titans play some Overwatch later this week, but for now, it's really been the Florida Mayhem doing a great job of nullifying every threat possible. False doesn't even make it to the point. He hits a wall in a big way. Hydron's going to be able to find that tactical visor, and thank God I'm not paid by the hour, Matthew. That's all I'm going to say. The Florida Mayhem with the defensive hold here. Vancouver Titans fall and really aren't able to show us what they're made of at all.
Yes, Florida played tremendous today. Really took it to the Vancouver Titans at every possible moment. But, you know, we got to see the Titans play better in some of their matchups coming up soon. I mean, Florida, we know Florida's a good team. We expect Florida to be pretty good this year. You know, I don't know if you'd say like towards the top of the West, but you kind of think they could compete for, you know, some of those spots potentially in a stage. And the Titans really got to, you know, up their game if they're going to match some of these teams like Florida. Florida really brought it today, and it was really kind of across the board. Like they just played. Everybody had like moments where they played really strong. Great synergy in terms of like dives. Coliseo, I thought their push was really good. Just a bit of a rough series for the Titans to walk into here.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing the impact of coaching on the Florida Mayhem, Matt. Their dives look extremely well coordinated. Like, it's hard for Aspire to have like an individual's performance, even in a 5v5, you know, game type where maybe those individuals can shine a little bit more because he's constantly getting dove by 2 or more people. Player of the match, though, is a part of that dive, I think, and a crucial part of the win here for the Florida Mayhem. Checkmate will be taking the honors away today, Matthew. Looked very, very good from push to pull to King's Row. The Tracer, very, very impactful, and it's good to see teams start to adopt this pick a bit more over the Genji in some cases. You can see how nasty it can be.
And I'm happy, just like Johnny mentioned earlier, that we're seeing Checkmate play the actual role he was supposed to play. Like last year, got forced into a pretty tough situation. You know, ended up having to play some tank. You know, everybody's kind of like, oh, Checkmate tank, like what is this? And now you see him on DPS and the numerous DPS he can play. And you see why he was on this roster last year, and you know how he should have been able to use his got his hands in the skies. Cheer, he's pretty happy. As Tracer, I mean, these are some wild stats.
Yeah, you might look at this as a statistician and maybe just file them away as a bit of an outlier right now, because obviously the game was very one-sided, but it's crazy to see what Checkmate can do in a roster that's already demonstrating maybe more stability than we saw from the Florida Mayhem in their last season, that last campaign in 2021. Great showing from Checkmate here. Again, he's very dependable. You know, a lot of the time, the healing can be just, Maji can just focus on trying to keep someone standing. Checkmate really very impressive stuff. Even dealing with like mercies and echoes at times, right? We saw a real variety of things from Vancouver, Matt, but they weren't able to come up with the answer. I mean, it's been a short day so far. I don't know how to cap that one off, Matthew. Just Vancouver Titans. I think
you got another match coming up. That's how you cap that one off. More matches to come.
All right, yeah, we're going to move on later. We're going to come back with our second match of the day. Don't go too far. The Overwatch League has been exciting so far, to say the very least.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Mic check.
Good.
My mic.
Sir, yes, sir.
Mine's good. That's chillin'.
Oh, so loud.
나 마이크 체크 한 번씩 해보자. 이거 치오부터 말해봐.
마이크 체크.
나 게임한테처럼 해봐. 치오도 다시.
여기 형들 이 정도.
오케이.
Hey, everyone see it.
Mic, funny.
Kev.
Yeah, I'm chilling, bro. True.
에이, 왜 기침한 거 했는데 뭐라도 너무했다 근데.
기침 한 개 너무한 건데?
그러니까 한번 할 수 있지.
Hey, Dante, is there anyone around you to tell that one of the in-ears is not working?
Try unplugging it and replugging it first. Better? What did he say? I can't hear you.
언제 해, 씨. 빨리 하고 싶다.
뭐야 그 이거 뭐였어?
You ready, Sam?
Yeah, man, I'm ready, bro.
Are you scared?
Yeah, I'm terrified.
근데 아까 소리 들었을 때 들렸는데
막상 게임 안 지니까 괜찮아. 현석이는 지금 어린 것 같은데? 너 어린 거 하고 있지 지금?
긴장은 안 됐는데 그냥 조금 의아해 살짝.
그게 긴장이야 임마.
Please no one respond to Crimzo match chat.
Crimzo.
Let's go Lighthouse first. 무조건 등대요. Get it out of the way.
오케이. 고잉인이다. 화이팅 해서라.
Let's go.
Good luck, guys. Watch out, Nano Echo. You're good.
Guys, watch out, Nano Echo. Watch out, Nano Echo.
Watch out, Nano Echo.
Guys, watch out, Nano Yaki.
나 부르고 싶으면 크게 불러줘. 나 지금 질풍가도 듣고 있으니까.
The story of a lifetime. About a man's lifetime story. Of how to find love within his lifetime.
Hey, who wrote this crap?
This year's best-selling novel, Listening to the Wind. Get ready for a fearless love.
London landed in LA for land. London landed in LA for land. London.
Yo,
I'm hitting every shot.
you're a god, Dante.
I
You're actually
know.
the best Doomfist in the league.
I know. Like, actually, tell me more. I know. I gotta make a Doom guide for Fearless after this.
I'm working on Maker. Leave.
Nice, guys.
GG's, boy. Let's go.
Alright.
How do you did not?
Whoa.
The welcome back to our game break here in our Watch Point truck van.
Bus. Call it whatever you guys want.
Yeah, we still. However, it's not just the two of us.
Yeah.
Although I do love just hanging out with my absolute bestie. I guess Reinforce is joining us as well. Our co-worker, a beloved co-worker, actually, and he has a lot of thoughts on the match we just got to saw. It was a quick one. 3 Overwatch is back in action. Vancouver Titans. They tried their best. Spire certainly tried his very best, but it just couldn't get it done. The Mayhem looked good. They look coordinated. Love the dive from them. And we even got to see some compositions we haven't really seen from them before Reinforce.
Yeah, I mean, this Florida Mayhem team, I mean, honestly surprised me. Of course, a big part of the story about this match is Vancouver Titans just completely falling apart, which is not what we wanted to see at all. But the Florida Mayhem, I do think that they showed us quite a few things that we didn't really expect from them. Checkmate come out at the start, playing Tracer immediately on Colosseo, and I think that was a good sign for the Florida Mayhem. Naturally, they played a lot of Genji and Soldier compositions last week because that was the primary meta, that was the most dominant composition. But I did not expect Checkmate to turn up and play a Tracer like this. Just sitting on his perspective, we could see how he dominated on this hero and honestly racked up like multiple kills in several different fights. And that's a great card that the Florida Mayhem now can play against some of the better opponents moving forward. If you want to be a great team in the Kickoff Clash, yes, you need to be able to have good fundamentals to play a good Genji Soldier composition. But some points you need to flex over to the Tracer. You need to flex over to the Echo. And I think the Florida Mayhem, they really impressed me in that regard, being able to play a lot of different hero picks, even though it was against the Vancouver Titans.
Well, on map 3, when Florida attacked and we saw them going, what was it, May, Soldier, Ryan, Lucio, Baptiste? Was that their comp?
Good old Brawl.
Right?
Yeah,
Brawl.
Is that something you think they can get away with against other teams, or was this just, well, it's going really well against the Vancouver Titans, so we might as well bust it out?
I mean, I honestly don't know the answer to this because we haven't seen this group of players lean on the Brawl heavily against some of these better teams. And honestly, they didn't even win the fight by playing Brawl. They just won the fight by getting a Soldier pick onto Moira very early on. So I don't think you can draw too many lessons out from this match, Zoe. It was kind of one-sided in that regard. Aspire's good on Widow. I mean, that's about the biggest thing I learned on, but I already knew that, of course. So, you know, tough match.
tough match
for the
indeed.
Vancouver Titans, yeah.
But hey, you shouted out Aspire heading into this one, and he tried his best.
He really tried his best, and he was, he had some good moments.
Yeah, we had some great Widow 1v1s, which is always exciting to see. Now, shifting gears, looking at our second match of the day, which will be fought out between the Houston Outlaws and the San Francisco Shock. Now, Danny, you came in hot with your Outlaws predictions, although it's not actually that hot because they did look good in their first match as well. Any last thoughts you want to give? Any words of encouragement maybe to the Houston Outlaws before we are heading into this battle?
I mean, so it's me versus, even the majority of the fans think it's going to be San Francisco Shock, right?
Yep.
But like I said in the pre-show, I believe in the Sunbae, we call it in Korea called Sunbae, seniors or senpais, right? I believe in Pelican carrying this game. And of course, Doomfist, Dante's Doomfist as well. I honestly don't know. I was pretty sure in the pre-show, but now I'm just like.
It was Reinforced gave it out here. He said like he did flip-flop on that one as well, heading into it. And I gave it two thoughts to being worried about, are we overhyping San Francisco Shock based on a 2-0, which was had against two teams which are probably a little lower in the rankings than they are. So there's only so much you can draw from that game. However, they did look confident. Let's see if they can get it done and making it 3-0 heading into week number 2 here of the 2022 season. We're definitely ready for the game, and to make it even more exciting, we got a very, very cool casting duo for you today, which will bring you all the action. That's Vicky Kitty and Necra.
Hey, surprise, surprise! Hey! Thank you so much, Zoe. Welcome everyone to the Overwatch League. I'm Vicky Kitty, and I'm joined with Necra. I'm cosplaying Jaws just for today, but today, Necra, we got two really good matches. It's the San Francisco Shock versus the Houston Outlaws to open things up.
Oh, I'm so excited about this match because I feel like we're getting the best of the best right now in the Overwatch League based off of last weekend, going head-to-head, especially when you look at the San Francisco Shock being completely undefeated in not just matches, but maps also. And then the Houston Outlaws, everybody's looking at them to do some big things this season, especially when they were able to upset the Dallas Fuel. But let's take a look at the San Francisco Shock.
Yeah, we saw them roll out earlier with the Doomfist, but looking at the Shock, we see some familiar faces. Proper, Kilo, Kaluge, Finn, and Violet. Kaluge, a man of many identities, a.k.a. Cucumber, a.k.a. Booger Snot, a.k.a. Higan. So, a man of many disguises, but one who was founding members of GOATS and probably one of the best tanks that we had in Contenders since we've seen this tank player really excel and shine in that Tier 2 space.
Well, not only that, though, but Vicky, Kaluge has really put a lot of those kind of expectations behind him as well in terms of being able to just go above and beyond what people were looking at, especially being the only tank player for the San Francisco Shock and having some big shoes to fill. I think people were a little bit worried, but after seeing the performance from last weekend, San Francisco Shock I don't think has any more doubters, but this is still going to be an incredibly tough litmus test for them because the Houston Outlaws, they're not here to play any games. Well, I mean, they're here to play Overwatch, but they're not going to play games when it comes to the comps that they play.
Yeah, they're here to play One Punch Man. With Dante being on the tank role here, he's been shining. Absolutely crazy to see how this DPS player has been able to shine after making the swap over to the Doomfist. Of course, as Doomfist is such a strong tank that we've seen so far in the Overwatch League. And to highlight the other players here, you see Merritt, you see Pelican out here, you see Lastros and Iris. Now, Iris, not Iris, everybody remember that, but his sleep darts were absolutely insane in week number 1.
They really were, and I think that's something that a lot of people are taking note of, is that if you're going to have an Ana on your team, you're going to find so much value, especially if that Ana is really, really good. And so Iris absolutely fits that role. But taking a look across the board as well, we're getting ready for our very first map. We've got Kilo in for the San Francisco Shock, and Kilo doesn't usually see play unless they're expecting to be able to put a lot of emphasis on a Widowmaker pick for the team. Usually it's going to be Sam in one of those DPS slots, but Proper and Kilo, we're definitely expecting some big hit scan heavy DPS coming through for that team. But for Merritt and Pelican, a lot of Echo could be played here. Pelican been very, very strong on that Echo pick, and also just the Houston Outlaws in general seem to be one of the top teams that is able to utilize that Echo pick and really find value from it. And as we head over to our first map of New Queen Street, ooh, yeah, we're about to get some spice here, Vicky.
I love how volatile Push is, which is why I actually am not surprised to see Kilo coming through. Like you mentioned, a strong hit scan player, gonna expect the Widow coming out. But as we get ready for Push, Push is usually that game mode. My favorite new game mode, by the way, that is so volatile. It makes me think that I've completely forgotten about how gruesome those 40-minute assault points have been. And now we have a different game mode, Robot 2, who I call Mr. Robot 2. He's kind of goes back and forth with some of these teams, and I'm excited to see how a lot of these teams have been able to capitalize off of the fast pace of Push as a new game mode.
Unless you're the Florida Mayhem, in which case you're able to do the entire thing. But let's take a look at the two compositions from the San Francisco Shock and the Houston Outlaws. Houston Outlaws playing what they know best, which is going to be that Dawn tank with the Doomfist, of course, and Pelican on the Echo. And as long as Mare and Pelican are able to find these angles and get those crossfires onto the San Francisco Shock, that can be a really, really big thing for them. But with Kilo and Proper being able to be self-sustainable, it might be tough to get these big picks on the Houston Outlaws unless Dante is really able to go in and make some big plays happen.
And we're gonna see Dante's already punching his way through. Gonna be able to clear some space as the bot is already moving along here. I like the way that Houston Outlaws have been able to stick to their guns with Pelican following up off of Dante, opening things up for themselves too, but with Kilo as well to match with Merritt on the Soldier, you can already see them taking up to height, Necro.
And this is one of the best places for some of these fights to happen, especially if you are a Soldier 76. It's going to be tough for you to remove that Soldier from the high ground if the Soldier's just able to get set up there with that heal station, but huge first blood getting drawn here by the San Francisco Shock.
Love it here. You can see San Francisco Shock truly living up to their performance in last week. They're no frauds despite the two teams that they've played against. And the Outlaws are really going to be able to match up the potential that the Shock have. Proper getting put to rest. Iris, though, gets antied himself. Iris gets taken out by Kilo here. And already the Shock have so much progress, already nearing up to that next checkpoint.
That checkpoint is absolutely huge because once you unlock that checkpoint, you also unlock close spawns. So it will be easier for the San Francisco Shock to continue to push that barricade forward. So they're getting very, very close to that. But we're starting to see some ultimates come online, and Proper might be able to really open things up with this Pulse Bomb, or Finn has that Nano available to really allow Kalush to get in there and get his hands dirty.
Yeah, we've seen Nano Visor before in the past here. Let's see what Kalush could do, though. As you mentioned, he's about to get the Primal soon, and Proper getting Merit already, and Dante getting antied means the space has been cleared up, and Shock, though, lose out on Finn. Dante trying to give him a taste of their own medicine, and this is what I love to see here as the Shock now. Gonna have to look here. Pelican getting taken out by Kalush, and a nice little reset at the same time as Iris gets called off in the side room, and the Pulse Bomb is gonna take out Dante.
Oh, that looked to be almost detrimental for the San Francisco Shock. You saw the Nano Tactical Visor combination come out from Kilo and Finn and not find too much value, but Proper able to go in and be able to clean up the rest of that fight. Now San Francisco Shock have unlocked that very first checkpoint and are continuing to push towards that final destination. Houston Outlaws, though, they're coming back with a lot of bite. They've got 4 ultimates online, and Iris goes down.
Ooh, but the sound barrier couldn't help out Iris, but Lasher at least trying to sustain the rest of the Outlaws. Roberto doing his best. You can see him right there, huffing and puffing, and as the actual San Francisco Shock are still finding Dante and Lastro. See, Merritt gets taken down. He has a visor, though, when he comes back. Maybe waiting out on Iris to actually get that nano boost.
That sound barrier looked late. Iris had already gone down. Lastro had hit the sound barrier, but who actually benefited from that? Houston Outlaws got taken down like dominoes. And now San Francisco Shock are continuing to really push the pressure here. We might see another completion of a push map, unless Merritt has something to say about this.
Everybody's funneled inside that room. Merritt wants to just say hi to everybody. Tries to be friendly, but isn't going to be friendly for Proper. Health Pack isn't going to do anything, as he's not only going to take care of Merritt, but he's going to take care of Dante too. Proper now, he's going to try to isolate Lastro, who is in trouble. Kilo with the follow-up on the soldier from afar. And now it's all San Francisco Shock space from here.
They don't have much farther to go, Vicky, and so I'm getting a little worried about the Houston Outlaws being able to dig in their heels to stop the completion of this barricade moving forward. They don't have any ultimates right now. They just have to get the Nano online, and Lastro's already down.
What are you running? Merritt gets taken down by the Pulse Bomb. Kilo, too, following up onto Lastro. That's 2 down off from the Outlaws. And the San Francisco Shock are still managing to push this bot forward. Look at this here, too. With the position that Kilo has, he's able to apply so much pressure from the Outlaws, who just want to poke their heads out of the spawn.
Ooh, Kilo goes down. Kalush also to follow that up. Houston Outlaws, they might be able to do this. They might be able to stop the barricade and continue to push it back.
See if they have the opportunity. We saw what happened when they were playing off of that little side room here too, but they could call off Finn right now. Dante already moving in. Finn understood the assignment there too, and even though you saw Proper trying to get a follow-up, oh, Violet's gonna come back here, and Dante's having a blast. You talk about making the comeback, and that's what we're seeing so far.
Absolutely. I mean, Dante and just the Houston Outlaws in general finally got a chance to set up. And that's something that the Houston Outlaws are able to capitalize on so well. Pelican also has really been able to go toe-to-toe with Proper on that Tracer. And having that Pulse Bomb come online could be big.
Ooh, big anti though onto the back line of Shock, and Dante gets taken down immediately after he had some plans up his sleeve. Violet and Kilo. Pelican gets the Pulse Bomb onto Finn, but he's absolutely outnumbered. It's the rest of the Outlaws that get wiped, and the Shock now turning things around back on the bot.
It's gonna start moving pretty quickly because San Francisco Shock have already covered that ground, but the Houston Outlaws still get a chance to come back and recontest. Lastro has the sound barrier. Maybe we'll get a chance to see that be a bunch of sustain for the Houston Outlaws, but also on top of that, if Merritt can get into a nice position to be able to use this tactical visor, there are a lot of great angles that you might be able to go surprise the San Francisco Shock with.
Oh, he's trying to surprise them with a pulse one maybe. He doesn't even have to use it right now. Pelican's already low. Kilo already found Lastro and Merritt. That's down to support, and you only really have Iris here, who's unfortunately just hanging out over to the side. The recall's being used up, but Proper knows which matchups to take or not. He's got the help of Kaluj in the back as the Shock still take another team fight.
A minute and a half remaining. And we're seeing another swap up here from the Houston Outlaws. Merritt now switching over to the Tracer. Pelican going back to the Echo. But this is kind of the last-ditch effort the Houston Outlaws have to stop this barricade from reaching that final checkpoint.
It's just been back and forth here, but with Attack Visor online and Finn trying to isolate Dante, now Kalush moves in and Lastro gets taken care of. Pelican having some assurance on Violet, but with Kilo looking up at the skies, he could immediately claim him here, just like you said, maybe a last-ditch effort here, but Outlaws are still trying to contend with Dante getting stuck though, too much damage as Proper takes him out.
Oh, and look at that. Houston Outlaws trying so hard to trickle in to stop the completion. But the San Francisco Shock, they've done it in a dominating performance on push, no less.
I love how volatile push is. I know I said it beforehand, but it goes by so quick, especially when you have some of those back and forth moments from the Shock and Houston Outlaws. But I feel like in this first map, you could already see how the San Francisco Shock is shaping up. Yeah, we saw them dominate and have an amazing performance in week number 1, but the way that Shock is continuously having this advantage over the likes of even the Houston Outlaws, I'm curious to see how our next map is going to look. That's going to be Circuit Royale. Don't go anywhere, guys. This is the Overwatch League.
Cloud Lightning doesn't strike twice, has never met the San Francisco shot.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
I mean, what more can you ask from the Shock? This is going to be a wild ride.
Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind.
I say that justice. Okay.
Faced with everything right now.
Jesus Christ, dude. Sam is deadlifting right now, actually. Finish is doing so much. Cleans it up like DPS and yardage.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League. Map number 1 is in the books. San Francisco Shock took it over the Houston Outlaws in a very volatile push map. Now we're going on to map number 2 with Circuit Royale coming in.
I'm so excited. We're not seeing too many substitutions here either, except for Piggy coming in for Dante. Very excited about that one, Vicky.
Yeah, that means we're going to get a little bit of a tank mix-up. And I like this decision from the Houston Outlaws because at the end of the day, they are facing off against the San Francisco Shock. We've highlighted them before. The desk has before as well. This is a very strong team, which is why they're leading the pack in North America. And you can imagine after week 1, a lot of these teams are looking at the Outlaws. They're looking at the Reign, and they're figuring out what to do against the Doomfist tank. So with Piggy coming into the tank mix-up, we can expect either Winston or D.Va to really shine through for the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, agreed. I would love to see some Piggy D.Va. That's what I'm here for. That's what I really want to see. But the other thing that I think we're going to end up getting a chance to see is a little bit more Kilo Widowmaker. I was missing that. I was craving that a little bit on that first push map, not gonna lie. But Kilo has definitely been serving us some great Widowmaker when we've seen some of the other series that he has been a part of for the San Francisco Shock during opening weekend. And if Piggy gets a chance to play the D.Va or the Winston even, or I'm gonna ignore that for now because I feel like that's bait. But if Piggy is able to play something a bit more mobile to be able to deal with Kilo on the Widowmaker, that could be really, really big here.
Please, I would love this. And you know what's crazy? Who would ever say a year ago, man, give me Orisa. I really want Orisa right now. And it's crazy because
the changes are so cool.
I love the changes, Necra. I absolutely love the Javelin. I feel like I am so disrespected when an Orisa just walks up slowly and then Javelins my face. It's nobody's having fun. If I can't have fun, nobody's having fun. But let's see if the Outlaws actually do opt to roll out with this, because Pelican being on the Bastion, another change up on the Bastion entirely
Doubtful.
would be cool. But no, Piggy is actually going over to the Sigma.
Wait a minute. No. Oh, no. Pelican. Is he giving it to them? Are we going to see the Bastion? Yep. Oh, my God. Bastion getting set up on a payload? What timeline is this?
The 10-second cooldown now that he's mobile as well, unlimited ammo. Love the reworks that we see from Bastion, one of my favorite heroes that we got in Overwatch. But with Pelican rocking the Bastion, I feel like we didn't see a Bastion last week there, and I'm actually really excited to see what Pelican's got in store for us.
I cannot wait. I mean, look at how much San Francisco Shock has to reposture, knowing that the Houston Outlaws have a Bastion. And the payload is just moving Pelican forward. Oh my gosh. The San Francisco Shock can't go anywhere.
They can't. They get rid of the immortality field, but they also get rid of Pelican, and in that, the Domino's fault. Iris also goes down, just leaving Lastro up for the sustainability. But he is able to retreat back with the rest of the Outlaws. They're going to give this corner over. Merit, though, finding Proper. Now giving some respect to the Shock, noting that Proper can't really apply that pressure up to the sidelines.
Yeah, Kilo's going to have to back off just a little bit here. And Proper also might not be able to find as many angles as you would like to on the Tracer, just because you do have that Brigitte that's going to be helping to protect this Bastion. And then also the deployable shield coming in from Piggy Sigma. But yeah, Pelican right now, oh my gosh.
Oh, I love it. It's also crazy to see that Mira could just cover him at the same time there too, but they have to worry about the Discord orbs onto Piggy, who took so much damage from Finn right there, and the Ant Matrix on top of that. So you know that the Shock are going to be able to move forward after putting in that pressure, and the Outlaws are going to respect that and wait on Piggy.
Yeah, you're going to have to wait for the Sigma because you can't make any type of rotation if you don't have that tank and you don't have that shield available. San Francisco Shock, though, now that they've gotten a chance to get set up, Kilo has pretty free reign of getting some headshots whenever the Houston Outlaws decide to peek around that corner. And with these rotations that Kilo is making as well, knowing where those Venom mines are also being broken, it's going to be a pretty big deal to try to get some of those picks. But, oh man.
Oh, the Gravitic Flux. Everybody's having a party, but not Merit, though. He gets taken out by Proper, and that leaves Iris open there, too. He almost got the Transcendence, which would have been absolutely huge right there, but Proper has other plans. Now he's still racking up. He's about to get another Pulse Bomb on board here, too.
Proper getting another Pulse Bomb is just a nice reward for all of the DPS that Proper's been able to dish out during this round. I was a little tempted to see the Houston Outlaws get a chance to use the Bastion ultimate. However, the Genji choice and the Genji switch up is necessary. The Bastion, unfortunately, wasn't working, as fun as that hero is. But you've got to get in and get something done, and with only 50 seconds remaining, you're up against the clock right now to get a Blade online.
100% agreed right there, too, especially after losing out on last year. You won't even be able to rack up some of that ultimate charge that you need for the rally. Iris is going to be in some trouble here if he isn't so careful, but Proper is going to try to position himself over to the side, try to see if they can call somebody out. But look at the way the Outlaws is playing this, almost splitting up between the high ground and low ground here.
Yeah, I like this approach. I really, really like this approach because it allows the Houston Outlaws to get a few more angles. But San Francisco Shock, they're not giving up an inch right now. And all the while, Piggy can start to move forward and use this Gravitic Flux, but it's got to be big here or the Houston Outlaws are going to get stopped.
Huge Immortality Field to help out Kalu's right there from Violet, and now you have the Ant Matrix to buy in even more space. You're running out of time here, Outlaws. You want to try to contest, but you also don't want to get beamed down by the Ant Matrix. What do you do in this situation?
You pop Transcendence.
He does the Transcendence from Iris now after Merit gets taken out, but so does Pelican here. Iris, though, trying to fight for his life now. The Immortality Field coming in from last round to try to help reset, but the Outlaws are still falling here as Proper tries to take a little off angle. Iris is hugging the inside of this building, and it looks like the Outlaws may have been able to finally buy themselves time, even with overtime ticking away.
They have bought themselves 2.5 more minutes, and that might be what they need in order to push this payload all the way to the end. Pelican starting to get those blades online in Houston Outlaws, while they did struggle in that first point, are starting to get that ultimate rotation that you would expect to see come out from a team composition in Overwatch 2. That Transcendence, very, very necessary. Iris hit that right on the mark. And now, Lastro gets to dish back a little bit of San Francisco Shock's medicine right back at them with an Amplification Matrix.
You love it there, too. It's always better late than never here for that Transcendence. And as long as you stay alive, a nice Ant Matrix to contest the damage after that Gravitic Flux here. Kaluj now just trying to find himself around this corner. He's got the backup of Proper, who now has a Pulse Bomb, who now gets a stick onto Piggy. That's going to be a tank diff here, because now Piggy won't be able to utilize his Gravitic Flux.
I think this is just a big reset, and Houston Outlaws know that. They're going to go ahead and take the L, go back to spawn, and figure out how they want to continue to attack this point. Piggy does have the Gravitic Flux, and as long as they are able to get that Immortality Field down from Violet, this could be exactly what they need. But there's another factor of this that might prove to be difficult for the Houston Outlaws, and that's Finn having the Transcendence online as well. So there's 2 fail-safes in place for the San Francisco Shock. That's a lot that the Houston Outlaws are going to have to get out of that team in order to really find value from the Gravitic Flux. It's tough for both teams when they have those kinds of tools available.
My eyes are on Pelican here. How is he going to try to contest the backline with the blade? He doesn't want to get he doesn't want to get discorded at the same time. He sees Finn, but the Immortality Field has been called out. Pelican knows this, but the follow-up, he also took damage right there from Kilo. And Finn with the follow-up there on top of Violet is beautiful. They just negated the only potential chance that the Outlaws had to try to contest the backline and to force out the Transcendence there.
That's what the Houston Outlaws were hoping for. Maybe Pelican putting on enough pressure to force Finn to use the Transcendence, but now there's only 20 seconds left. San Francisco Shock held on to the trance. They will have that available, plus a gravitic flux of their own, and Proper has been absolutely popping off with these pulse bombs. So this feels like it's going to be an explosive finish here for the San Francisco Shock to defend this point.
And look at the space that they have here, too. They have a bit of a high ground angle here, too, while meanwhile, the Outlaws need to climb from low to high ground. Finn now taking care of Piggy. That's not the first pick you want to see deleted from your team. With overtime ticking away, do they have the opportunity to contest? Yes, Pelican does, and he's going to be able to dive in with the blade. He finds Kilo. The Transcendence now that we were talking about before that was saved up by Finn is going to help keep the rest of Shock alive. See Violet now getting taken out by the dash here. Pelican, though, tried his best, but it's not going to be enough. Finn is feeling himself. Look at him pop off. I love the raw emotions that we are seeing from the Shock right now.
Oh my god, I can't tell if Finn was happy. Because I feel like, it was like happy that he got the pick, but then he died because Piggy came back on the default. I don't know. There was some funny stuff going on there. Finn deserves the pop-off, though. That was absolutely a clutch moment, especially hitting that Transcendence to negate that Dragon Blade coming through from Pelican. It's still winnable, though. I have some hopium right now for the Houston Outlaws on their defensive run, where that payload did get about halfway. That's still a beatable distance here.
Yeah, it really trickles down to the fact that the Shock seem to have really figured out the trump card that the Outlaws had, and I'm not too sure. Oh, we are actually rolling out with this Piggy. On the Reinhardt, Pelican on the May, we are changing things up. Yeah, they had a hope and a dream with the Bastion, but now with a little bit of a different approach as we take a look at our Proper highlight, moving in, taking care of Merrick here too. On top of this is the very start where we saw the Outlaws rocking the Bastion, and you continuously see Proper not only taking care of so many of the Outlaws, but also right after that, he was able to quickly build up the Pulse Bomb and then land the Pulse Bomb right afterwards.
That was fun.
All right.
Did you? A little bit of music before we start here. Oh, yeah. I mean, Proper can definitely carry some team fights, and we've seen that plenty of times here from the San Francisco Shock. But look at this Houston Outlaws strat. This is not a new one. We've seen this before. We saw this last weekend, using the Symmetra and being able to sit right on top of spawn to start getting some of that ultimate charge. But it looks like it's backfired just a little bit against the Houston Outlaws. Kaluj already working up 50% towards a Primal Rage. It continues to shine. And then Finn as well, just getting so much healing done.
Merrick getting taken out and Lastro getting put to sleep. Like you mentioned, just diving into the front line of the spawn gives me Havana vibes, but now with Violet getting taken out, it's the first member of the Shock that actually have to worry because Proper is popping off, and Kilo now is trying to claim another head, but Pelican was already on to the side, and right before the Shock now clean up around the Outlaws, they don't have any sustainability, so it's just going to be a hard reset from them.
But as that hard reset happens, San Francisco Shock are going to go ahead and start rounding this second corner with the payload. And, you know, Merritt was able to leave a couple of turrets lying around there, but at least with the teleporter, Houston Outlaws are able to get back pretty quickly to point.
Big anti here from Finn. We got to highlight Finn, of course, being on the Ana there, finding both of the TPS, but the Immortality Field being called out from Iris as the Ant Matrix now is on board. Piggy gets taken down before he can even utilize the Shatter, and Kalush is still pressuring the supports over to the side room here. Now trying to dive onto the payload. You see Pelican getting taken out on the other side of Kilo. They're holding a lot of these off angles, and it's really difficult for Outlaws to actually have any sort of momentum in their favor as the numbers dwindle.
It's so tough to get set up right now because Kaluj is a very, very aggressive main tank in terms of just being able to create space for the team, and that just constantly puts Houston Outlaws on the back foot here.
Oh, time to take a nap. No Shatter for you, Piggy. See what they do here? You can see the sim wall coming up. You see the patience, too, from Shock. They know when to take their fights. I like this disengage approach here as Proper now makes his move back in from the skies on the Echo. He's got the duplicate ready here, too. See what he can do against Piggy. They know that the Shatter's online, but Lastro's got the sound barrier to help them out.
Could really allow for the Houston Outlaws to have some sustain, maybe be able to get in there, but look at that purple.
Oh, this anti.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, huge there. Now the sound barrier doesn't catch on to Pelican there over to the side, but the Outlaws manage to sustain themselves. Kilo gets taken out here first, and Proper now is going to try to capitalize off of Piggy taking another nap here. These sleep darts just coming left or right from Finn. Not only the sleep darts, but a beautiful anti that we had seen onto the Outlaws.
That is absolutely huge, and that's just the power of having a valuable Ana on your team. Finn has just consistently been hitting these massive purples, and it's really allowed the San Francisco Shock to get in and just kind of clean up the Houston Outlaws. Holy cow, Kulu's on a rampage.
He's primaling. It's monkey madness here. Finished up that quest not too long ago, but what I love here is that Piggy getting hit with another anti, and then Kilo following things up with the help of Violet moving everybody into position there. Outlaws had the number advantage at the start of that fight, but because of that primal reset from Kaluj, he was able to allow the Shock to move all the way back up.
Yeah, so much sustain. So much sustain, especially when you just get a chance to increase your health pool for that brief period of time. Kaluj can play super, super aggressive there. And now, Pelican is really trying to get something done with this Blizzard.
Welcome to the death zone. Welcome to being an ice cream sandwich. Pelican now is upset, and they take care of 3 from the Shock, only leaving 2 as Kilo's gonna fall low. Kaluj is gonna want to back up if he has the opportunity, and he does manage to get away in time. Maybe gonna try to taxi back Finn and Violet if he has the opportunity here. If he could get away, it doesn't look like he can. They see him, but he just manages to briefly get back to the safety hands of Finn and Violet.
Ooh, look at how far forward the Houston Outlaws are going to hold as well. Piggy doesn't want to give up any sort of mileage here to the San Francisco Shock. They really want to force them to use some resources, which is good, which is really good. Houston Outlaws kind of just need to buy as much time as possible. There's only 2 minutes left on the clock.
They also need to do something about Kilo, because you could see right here, Shock are really taking advantage of the verticality that this map provides here. And Kilo also being able to quickly get into position has allowed the Shock to continue on that extra pressure. You see Finn trailing, he's got the Nano Boost ready. No blade here online for Proper. Kilo's close to getting the tack visor, just like Proper is close to getting that blade. But Piggy has been bullied on this Reinhardt pick, and even though he's got the Shatter, look how close the cart is right now to the final zone.
Can someone touch? Oh my god! Oh. Lastro! I think Lastro might be able to barely get there. Was that enough to proc it? No.
Nope.
Victory.
No. Oh, Necro, we may have another quick 3-0 on our hands, and let me tell you, I would be surprised. Although my pick'ems would be happy, I was honestly expecting a little bit more from the Outlaws here, because again, this is the opportunity for the San Francisco Shock to showcase what they could do against other teams that aren't just Paris and London here. So that was nice to see a nice mix-up coming in from the Houston Outlaws, but it seems like their trump card really has been revealed onto Dank Tank on the Doomfist, because that's really what it's been from Dante. But guys, don't go anywhere. The San Francisco Shock are at match point, and we are moving on to map number 3 on Midtown right after this short break.
know what friends are, but chat, I know you guys do, so maybe you can help out Carl. Carl is looking for friends. Share your fan art celebrating the teams you think will take home the win in the kickoff clash for a chance to be featured on the fan art gallery. You guys are great, so get your art in there. I want to see it. And I want to see the rest of this match because we have the third map for the San Francisco Shock versus the Houston Outlaws. And Dantank coming back in, Vicky.
Yes, that means that the Outlaws understand that their plans have been foiled. Mixing up what we had seen from Piggy just did not work out for the Houston Outlaws. So with Dante coming out, you already know what the San Francisco Shock are expecting. They're expecting that Doomfist to come in. And with us moving on to Midtown, one of our other new maps here, we got the triple new maps on board. And I love to see this here too from Overwatch 2. Not only is the music fire, but it just looks so nice in general. Also, I would totally be Carl's friend here. So now that he's looking for friends, definitely got to follow up on Carl on that one. But we're getting ready for map number 3 here. Houston Outlaws, they definitely need to change things up here. Not too sure what they're going to expect with Dante still sticking onto the Doomfist. Maybe playing a little bit more passive here, Necro, because we've noted during the break, actually, that currently the San Francisco Shock, specifically Finn, has been really on top of those sleep darts onto Dante in general.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot with teams that opt to run the Doomfist. Doomfist can be a huge playmaker, being able to get very disruptive into the backline or just really stop teams from being able to set up. But Doomfist only works when you're awake and you're able to punch things. And so a lot of Doomfist 9 times out of 10 can just get stopped by a single sleep dart. And especially if you're playing against an Ana that is as proficient as Finn, Finn's got the Doomfist's number. It's the sleep dart, and then you're gonna go for the Bionade to really purple, and then just delete the Doomfist. And so Dante coming back in, we are expecting to see the Doomfist here as we do see Dante hovering over it in spawn. But the playstyle might have to change up a little bit, or you send somebody after Finn to potentially take the sleep dart before Dante goes in.
And I see, 9 out of 10 times, Necro, you'll miss your shots if you're sleeping. So hopefully Dante could avoid that situation. But Houston Outlaws are answering right back with Iris being on the Ana. So I'm interested to see how that's going to affect Kaluj, as Kaluj has been able to clear up a lot of that space just jumping in, but taking control over this high ground is going to be really useful here for the Outlaws, but I really like the way that Shocker are actually trying to play this a lot more passively here over to the side.
Yeah, the Houston Outlaws can just really make these nice rotations, and that's one of the reasons why I really like Midtown as a map. That point is pretty small, and it's a little difficult to actually access, but there's a lot of nice avenues for you to be able to rotate around and try to make it there. Dante, though, just playing as bait a little bit, but able to get back to his team. Ooh, playing it a little close.
Yes, dude, now just narrowly passing by Proper here too, as he's trying to clear some space, but here comes those antis, here comes that sleep again. Dante may not be listening to us right now, but he is able to listen to Lastro, who manages to heal him back up, and so does Iris here. He does get to see another day, but you could tell here with the Shock playing passively, they didn't want to dive in onto Dante, they didn't want to open themselves up.
Ooh, look at that too. Finn just got really, really low, and the entire team had to back off a little bit, but now that they've given up 2/3 of the point. San Francisco Shock do want to try to get back in and contest, but Houston Outlaws, they're not giving up anything. They're going to be able to just cap the first point, unlock the payload.
Taking out that opportunity there too. You saw that with Proper and Kalush going down, that the Outlaws had the advantage, and so the Shock wanted to just go in for a soft reset here and try to take on to the high ground. That's going to overlook where this fire truck is going to be moving along.
Yeah, so the high ground is really important for the San Francisco Shock to be able to take. Ideally, if you're the Houston Outlaws, you'd like to be able to beat San Francisco Shock to that high ground, but at this point, Houston Outlaws, they capped that point already late for San Francisco Shock to be able to get back, and now you've got to fight the high ground from the car wash. It's going to be a little tough, but Houston Outlaws do have Pelican on that Echo to be able to try to find some angles.
I don't think he tried to aim the nano boost at Pelican there. I think he wanted to try to reset on that teammate that was falling really low from that pulse bomb here. But Pelican with the focus and beam does find Kaluj here. Now Kilo on the high ground has to give up that high ground here. The attack visor coming in, and Dante punching his way to find Finn. The Outlaws coming on top after that fight. After the Shock actually had a nice positional advantage over by that high ground that we were mentioning by the bridge. And look at Pelican's positioning. He's moving all the way up to clear up a lot of that space to fully take advantage of the duplicate.
May as well. I mean, duplicate right now, it's a little tough to be able to duplicate a tank because you're not getting the same type of value from that HP buff, but that DPS output can be very impactful. As you can see here from, all right, Violet's DPS.
Violet is really aggressive on the Lucio, and it's going to work even better for him on Overwatch 2. They traded initially right there, though, but Shock are able to come out, and the spawn is right here, too. So you're going to see that Violet is just going to taxi Finn right over to the payload.
This is such an awkward spot for this payload to be stopped as well, because now the Houston Outlaws, it's going to be really hard to get there without taking too much damage. You can see Merit actually just swapped over to the Reaper to allow for some more close quarter fights, especially when you're looking ahead. You're trying to think 2 steps ahead to that third objective. But let's see how they get this done.
Proper's head was rolling a little bit right there too, but he was able to just re-engage right afterwards. Dante gets put to sleep, and the pulse bomb to close it out to be the nail in the coffin. Violet did utilize that sound barrier here, maybe a little scared. Merit trying to move in, and you saw Dante in position to try to get into an aggressive approach here, but Proper, no breaks here. He's going to hold forward, and they do know that they already were able to take care of Dante, so they have free reign over controlling this next corner.
San Francisco Shocker. Yeah, they've got this block on lockdown here. This is going to be so tough for the Houston Outlaws to be able to find a route of entry. Even with the nano boost, I mean, look at that! Wow. Finn, with a massive purple, continues to set the Houston Outlaws back. And that's just the power of a defensive Ana, is that Finn with these sight lines can just kind of start chucking bio nades at the Houston Outlaws and force them to have to take some time. Sub 2 minutes now. Vicky, it's going to be tough if Houston Outlaws can't get any ults online.
Ooh, here you go, the nano boost, but Dante gets put to sleep, but somebody woke him up. He's tired of it. The meteor strike now. Trying to call out where he can just repossession on the high ground. He sees Kaluj actually in his back line, putting in pressure with the primal, but with Proper now finding Iris. Even though Iris already used up that nano boost, the Outlaws couldn't clear the space that they wanted with Dante actually moving forward. Instead, they're still dropping like flies. Proper is still fighting these pigs, and so is Kilo onto Pelican, which is perfect here because Pelican wants to take to the skies, but the Soldier, especially with attack visor online, it's going to make it really difficult for him.
Ground echo? Can we do that? Is that in the script? I'm not sure, but yeah, that tactical visor from Kilo is gonna make things really tough for Pelican. You can't really peek, and also I guess Dante is also down, so 1 minute remaining, Vicky. This is looking tough for the Houston Outlaws.
Yep, less than a minute now at this point, and at the moment, talked about how a little bit of an awkward spot that the payload stopped at. They have to spawn right here if you're looking at the Shock, and the Outlaws, they've been trying between the nano boost, between Dante using the meteor strike here, and the Shock have been taking these off angles, Necro, that make it so difficult for the Outlaws to not only take onto this higher ground, but even get through the car wash that's right below them.
Yeah, every angle San Francisco Shock is looking down some type of direction.
Oh.
Houston Outlaws can't sneak it.
I love that ante coming in from Iris, though, and that's the reason why Finn and Violet fall down. Pelican with the follow-up on top of that. So finally, Houston Outlaws again. Better late than never. They're on their own time here, Necro. They get the payload to the checkpoint. They get some extra time to work with. And now they do note that with the spawn being right in front of them, Proper had done, or rather had backed off a little bit early, and so Pelican is going to be able to claim his head.
This train's coming though, Vicky. There's not a whole lot of time to jump on the train. Houston Outlaws have really got to get this thing rolling. They've got 1 minute and 20. That's really all that they get to add to their time bank here as they do unlock that second objective. And with Iris and the Nano, I think that could be really impactful. Maybe allow Dante to go in and get a bit more aggressive and try to bait out the sleep coming out from Finn. But Finn also has a Nano boost.
60 seconds.
It does have that nano boost, and that attack visor is coming up shortly. Gotta keep your eyes on Tequila, who's racking it up slowly, putting in a lot of pressure. Currently see it on board here. It is on Kilo. He's about to get the tag visor, but he may not even need it.
Ooh.
He's clearing up so much space. He finds Merit, who needs to back up now, taking a lot of that damage. Meanwhile, Pelican is holding onto the high ground, and the sound barrier on top of this is going to allow the San Francisco shot to get really aggressive. Dante, though, is going to retaliate as the Nano Boost was on top of him. He has the Meteor Strike to reset here, too. See where he's going to go, trying to creep back to the rest of his team. Just wants to go in for a reposition now. And I like the fact that the Shock have bought in that respect, but the time is wasted away now, Necker, with less than 20 seconds on the clock.
And Kalush is going to have a Primal Rage. Angry Monkey. Angry Monkey might go burr. Especially with Dante and Lastro. They get so low. That Bionade was absolutely huge there from Finn. And now Kalush can go in and basically juggle people around in this small room.
Oh, but they had the sound barrier here from the Outlaws. A big anti, though, onto Lastro and Iris. Overtime ticking away. The Shocker backing up, though. And you can see Kilo, Kalush, and Finn going down. Again, this is always the Outlaws coming through where it matters. And it's when it's overtime that's putting in the pressure onto the Outlaws.
Oh, they just clutched that. That was impressive. Houston Outlaws, they really do want to bring us into extra maps. And that was an impressive performance by them because I feel like San Francisco Shock have just kind of continued to keep the Houston Outlaws on lockdown. It's been really tough. We just saw how that second point went for the Houston Outlaws to make any sort of progress on the point. But when they finally were able to overcome that hurdle of unlocking that second checkpoint, they did it. Vicky, this is winnable.
They need this too, Necro, because if they do not at least manage to take a single map off of the San Francisco Shock, that would mean that the San Francisco Shock are still unbeatable. They would be up, what, 9-0 at that point? And that's crazy. That's crazy to say, because it was really this matchup that a lot of people were looking at to see how the Houston Outlaws and their very left field composition was going to work out with Dante being on the Doom. But we could see that Finn, Kaluj on top of it all, and Proper also taking these nice off angles have made Dante's life a living hell.
It's been, I don't envy. I don't envy Dante's position right now. I wouldn't want to play Doomfist into Finn or Proper. No, don't think so. But Houston Outlaws are still making it work. And so when you take a look at them running the same composition on the defense, at least the Houston Outlaws can get set up here. Where I feel like Houston might run into some problems is if they get dislodged from this point, and then San Francisco Shock don't allow them to get set up again. I already feel we're gonna go into extra rounds for this map, Vicky. It's just whether or not Houston Outlaws can clutch out the defense here.
Especially with some of that extra time here. They've been trying to move up, and they're moving up quickly. Looking on the other side of the coin here, too, usually the combo was Pelican diving into where Dante was putting in that pressure, but Kilo also has not allowed Pelican to get set up. Look at this. Dante taking a lot of pressure while he tries to go for a reposition, but Merritt answers back onto Kilo the moment he puts himself out in the open. Now Merritt turning things around, and this is the Houston Outlaws that we like seeing. This is the momentum that they need right now. Even with the anti-landing, the Shock have to go for a hard reset.
What I like about Merritt's playstyle on the Soldier as well is you can see that Merritt knows when to move up, but also knows that he needs to leave more space. And so Merritt is going to play just a little bit farther back, and that's really working out to make sure that Merritt's picking up these kills, cleaning up the Shock, sending him back to spawn to try again. Pelican getting aggressive though now with the Nano.
Oh, you can see the follow-up too from Lastro on top of it all, and you're funneled into the line of sight of Iris. Dante gets taken out, but it's still the number advantage is in favor for the Houston Outlaws. Pelican trying to snipe him with the focusing beam, but look at this aggressive positioning from Mary here too. You're not gonna go anywhere proper, and now Kaluj may be the next one to fall.
Oh, does get away, so a lot of healing now. Never mind. Oh my god. I was gonna say that's so much charge being donated over to Finn and Violet. Kaluj also gets sent back to spawn. That buys plenty of time for Dante to be able to get back and make this a true 5v5, as Kaluj is also going to be walking back to the fight. But look at this. Houston Outlaws are rotating so well.
They're immediately contesting with them. It's crazy. The sound barrier, the nano boots on top of it. Kalush is taking a nap, but it's fine because Kilo is here to clear the space for the rest of the Shock. You see him putting in a lot of that pressure, but Pelican now going to answer right back. The visor being answered too from the Outlaws, and he gets immediately negated, not only with the duplicate getting booted, but Pelican having a lot of success on that here too. Houston Outlaws are going to be able to quickly reposition right after this, and I think Merit has woken up. He has immediately taken this retaliation attempt onto Kilo, and even with a different approach from the Shock here, Necra, no matter whether they go underneath the bridge or through the side, it has not worked out for them.
No. Look at how many ults they blew in that last fight, too. Vicky, that was 3. That was the nano, that was the sound barrier, that was also the tactical visor. And now, with a minute remaining, it's going to be very difficult for San Francisco Shock to get those ults back online. It's going to be down to the Primal Rage and Proper's Pulse Bomb to try to get something done. At least you can dislodge Merit, but look at this rotation.
Oh, that's beautiful though from Kalusha. Actually force him off the high ground. You're trying to at least enable the rest of your team, but nice anti onto Violet is actually going to take him out on top of it. Kilo gets taken out, and all that extra effort you put into with the Primal to try to reposition Merit has gone down the drain. Now you have Finn over to the back line who can't get back to the team. It's going to have to be another reset with less than 30 seconds on the clock.
Kilo, last-ditch effort from the San Francisco Shock, giving up and going over to the Sombra. Is this the secret? Is this the secret sauce to really put this all together for the San Francisco Shock to just breach this first point? A big hack?
Ooh. I would have liked to see this a little earlier, but you can tell that the Sombra pick is actually working out. Kalush also finding ears is huge here, because that only leaves Violet up for the sustainability, and you don't have Violet with the sound barrier just yet. It's getting close, but overtime ticking away. See Shock taking a page out of the Outlaws' late book, and better late than never to try to get this fire truck moving.
Wow. That might have been able to do it. I mean, Dante's going to be able to come back in and contest, but it feels like you're just throwing bodies at the point.
I love this swap, Necker. I love it, and it worked out so quick for them. Meanwhile, look at the Outlaws' ult economy. They were able to build up this ult for this next choke point, especially close to that high ground here, but because they fell like dominoes, they may not have as much time that they want to try to set up. You could already know that Kalush is going to try to contest right up on the high ground too.
Yeah, you can see that, and also look, Kilo's getting in position to be able to farm up to that EMP. It's on its way. Houston Outlaws better be prepared for this.
Someone's creeping, someone's sleeping here, and the sound barrier on top of it from the Outlaws as Iris manages to narrowly get away. Here comes the EMP as Iris gets hacked not only again, but that's 2 that gets hacked, and Merit still had popped the visor beforehand. He takes out the rest of the Shock. It's only Kalush that had gotten taken out earlier on, but Merit now matching up to what we had seen earlier from Kilo, even before the Sombra switch.
Incredible stuff. Look at that. They are able to deal with the EMP, the sound barrier, the pulse bomb. Houston Outlaws right now, they're unbothered, they're moisturized, they're happy, they're in their lane, they're focused, they're flourishing right now. Vicky, this is the Houston Outlaws we wanted to see in this match.
And we're seeing it here too, now negating Kilo off the Sombra. Pelican finding him. Dante now is going to be able to have free reign knowing that he won't get hacked, but he's taking a lot of damage off to the back. It's Kalush with the Primal. Finn's going to shut him down with some help, and now Pelican is going to punish Kalush right afterwards. But you have less time, you have less than a minute now on top of it all, and Outlaws is still winning another fight.
They do have to back up a little bit. Because they just want to make sure that everybody is there and they're also in position to be able to deal with some of this extra pressure. Now the San Francisco Shock is going to have to put into this next team fight with the nano boost available. 30 seconds remaining, and this is the last chance that San Francisco Shock has to reach the second checkpoint. And even if they win this team fight, Houston Outlaws should be able to come back and contest again one more time. Kalush is down!
That is not how you want to start off this last fight here. Kilo, though, all hopes on the table to get a lot from this visor. The nano visor on top of that here, too. He clears up the high ground. He clears up the car wash. Lastro gets taken out. The San Francisco Shock want to keep their clean record right now, but they need to get the payload to the finish line if they want that.
Oh, Iris has to back off, too. Iris should be able to get away with his life right now. You can see that he's just hiding, waiting for the rest of his team to get back. But this is what I was talking about. Vicky, now the Houston Outlaws can come back in. They've got the sound barrier available as well. And
Oh no! Oh, that's huge here. But Pelican with an even bigger play. The sound barrier 2 coming in from Lastro to help Pelican make this play. Finn is not on board here for the shock. Proper manages to reset a little bit, but it's really only Violet here as the rest of the Outlaws get taken out of the point, or rather, sorry, the Outlaws manage to clear out the point. And with the shock now available there, Dante pushing Kalush off, manages to at least move on to another map here. No match points for the San Francisco Shock for map 3, but they still have the opportunity for map 4, Necra.
Wow, that's it though. San Francisco Shock lost their undefeated streak. I know it was only 2 matches, and I know it was only 8 maps up to this point, but Houston Outlaws getting it done.
First map that the San Francisco Shock lose to, and it's to the Houston Outlaws. You love to see it, and you love to see a map 4 coming on board, guys. That's going to be after this break. Don't go anywhere. This is the Overwatch League. welcome back to match 2 of the Overwatch League. Week 2 here, and the action has not stopped.
Nope.
Now we see map number 4 as we move on to Ilios, but so far I am enjoying the Houston Outlaws adapting around the San Francisco Shock, especially on Midtown. You could really tell that the Houston Outlaws had a lot of fun playing off of the high grounds that Midtown provides.
I don't know if fun is the right word that I would use for how the Houston Outlaws needed to play that third map in order to actually win and bring us to a map number 4. But yeah, also my dog is a big Overwatch fan. This is Archer.
Archer!
He really wanted to be in my arms, so here he is.
Aww, priorities from Archer. Archer wants front row seats. I don't blame Archer one bit.
Yeah, I know. He's gonna have to be the third caster. We're gonna have to get a caster couch, and then we can also have the dog and like all the other Overwatch caster pets.
It'd be great to put like the headsets on all of our pets on the desk, and then just like have them sit down and take our jobs for us. That'd be I'd pay to see content like that, especially Fur Watch, you know. But I'll scope myself out of here. Sorry, guys. Anyways, it's map number 4, San Francisco Shock, Houston Outlaws. They're getting ready. They're waiting on Dante, who maybe needed to get a quick bathroom break after that map 3 performance. They take one map over the San Francisco Shock, but the Shock are still sitting on match point here, Necro.
They are. I mean, San Francisco Shock have definitely earned themselves to be at that match point. But Houston Outlaws, I don't know what happened during that halftime break, but Vicky, it kind of looked like things just started to click for them when we went over to Midtown. The shot calling, very clean. You could see that Lastro was such a big part of being able to follow up and get some picks. Like those speed boosts were immaculate. And especially when it came down to when those sound barriers got used as well. They were really, really impactful. We talk about impactful Ana play, and Iris has definitely shown us that as well. But Lastro with the Lucio is also a very, very important part of that support duo, and you could see how much that mattered in Midtown to allow Houston Outlaws to not only complete the map, but also take a map off of the San Francisco Shock this early in the season.
Yeah, Shock, no more clean record for you. Sorry, but at least that's one. One in the pocket away from the Shock. But for the Houston Outlaws, this is great for them here because they can take map 3 and try to run with it, try to build up that momentum as we move on to Ilios. And this is going to be interesting. We were talking a little about it in the break, Necra, and we saw Merit really come alive. Pelican, though, I'm worried here because we've been seeing a lot of sleeps from Finn. And with the San Francisco Shock constantly on top of those antis and on those sleeps, if you be hanging out on top of that well there, you have another thing coming for you if you get slept right above it.
Oh, no. Vicky,
I'm just thinking. I'm thinking ahead.
Why did you speak that into existence? That's not okay.
I'm scared.
Gosh.
I'm scared for Pelican and Proper. It could go either way here. I just see that Finn has really been on top of those sleeves.
What about Dante or Kaluge either? Could you just imagine either of them getting slept and then just they fall into the well? You know what? We'll have a counter. You and I will have a counter and see how many times it happens, if at all. But let's take a look at the Houston Outlaws and the San Francisco Shock now posturing around this objective as they wait for it to unlock. And right now, San Francisco Shock just going to go ahead and take some cover as the Houston Outlaws do the same on the other side of the well. Just kind of waiting for someone to go first. Looks like it's going to be the Houston Outlaws to try to touch point. They can actually cap here.
Yeah, you saw Dante also moving up ahead a little bit here. Merritt still continuing on the pressure from afar. Merritt has been so wonderful to watch, even on map number 3, taking onto the high ground. But now, as we move on to map number 4, and the Outlaws are already taking the advantage, the Shock were trying to disengage, but Finn can't run away from Pelican like that. Focusing him down, and Merritt is trying to run away, but he's got the healing field for himself, just in case. But Proper with the sticky bombs aren't going to let that happen now. They trade that, and with the Shock having a bit of an advantage here, they do still want to wait here, potentially for Kilo and for Koluj to actually heal up a bit more.
San Francisco Shock, they're gonna try to have to figure something out. I mean, the way that Houston Outlaws are playing, this is looking good for them. Dante does take a little bit of a sleep.
Got deleted.
Ooh, the purple, and then the sticky bombs on top of that. Yeah, Dante's gonna go down here. And now Houston Outlaws have to back off.
actually got melted right there too. And you see Finn with the nano boost on board. They're not going to waste it right now because they knew that the Outlaws were going to respect that after losing out on Dante and especially on Lastro. But they'll be able to move back in, Necker, with some ultimates of their own.
Absolutely. Basically a full slate if you're looking at the Houston Outlaws. Oh, no. Vicky, it's about to be an old fiesta. Take a look at the San Francisco Shock 2. There's answers upon answers for any game plan that either of these teams is going to throw at the other one. Looks like it's Iris and Finn, though, to kick things off with those nanos.
Dante trying to get away. He's trying to actually find some sort of safety. He's literally the epitome of one. Pelican, though, can't get out of the line of sight of Kilo as Mirror tried to do the same thing, though. And with Pelican getting taken out and no duplicate being on board, the Shock now know that they have a bit of an advantage here.
It's 2 for 2, though. Iris and Merritt, Kilo and Finn, they both use the nanos and they both use the tactical visors. So everything else is still on the table. A lot of agency, though, going to the San Francisco Shock with these antis, though.
Ooh, a barrier for barrier, but that wasn't going to be enough for Finn. He gets deleted here, too. Iris making a statement, but it's going to get retaliated back from Proper now. I love the duplicates that we're seeing from Proper. You're going to be able to get a lot out of that after Kilo even gets taken out, but it's okay because they're going to maintain their aggression on the point, and they're also going to be able to contain their control here, too.
A lot of ultimates being used. Now both banks are empty. Gonna have to start building up that 401k again for both of these teams, but there's not much time to do so. So this is gonna have to be an all-out brawl for this final, potentially final fight, as San Francisco Shock are approaching that checkpoint. Merritt actually switches over to the Tracer, trying to get some huge and heavy pick potential on the board here for the Houston Outlaws.
This is crazy. I wonder how this is going to work out, especially with Proper really popping off from that last duplicate that we had seen here. It means that no tac visor, no soldier. Overtime, though, ticking away here for the Shock. Kaluj is taking a little bit of a nap, and so is Dante, though. Both of them will be well-rested once they wake up. Dante backing up a little bit, though, after taking some pressure. And look at the skirmish and respect that we are seeing from both these teams. None of these teams not wanting to fully commit, but they did let the Outlaws turn the point.
They have to play patiently here. I think that's the name of the game for both of these teams when you've got the honors that you do, but whew, Dante.
Make way, wake way. He is going through. And you can see Dante now is going to be able to help clear that point and still maintain control over here. The back off, though, immediately, knowing that Kaluj actually wants to go in from the side. So Kaluj and Dante are going to meet up shortly while Finn makes his way from the spawn.
Yours does also, though, actually. Both Annas just went down in that fight, but Finn is coming back with a nano.
Oh, that's the difference here. You got the tac visor, you get Kilo now trying to contest the backline. He's found Iris. You have nowhere to run once you poke your head over to the side. Dante here, too, as he gets taken out by Violet, as was mentioned, getting so aggressive. He jumps right over the well. Twinkle Toes as he heals up, and Pelican gets taken down, too. What a dominating takeover for this fight, and the amazing follow-up and pressure coming in from Kilo.
Such a close round, though.
Yeah.
And the 195, I mean, this is exactly what we want, is this massive showdown. Houston Outlaws got very, very close to being able to cap that round, but we still have potentially 2 more. See if the Houston Outlaws can climb their way back into this series and bring us to a 2-2 scoreline. But we're heading over to Lighthouse. I want to see more Tracer here from the Houston Outlaws. We're probably going to see more Soldier. I want to take a look at this, though. Proper. Oh, my gosh. Oh, also being able to duplicate the Doomfist also. Yeah, that was nuts. I mean, you can still duplicate tanks. It's still going to be very, very impactful.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you're playing Tiny Overwatch. That's nice for a Doomfist. I think they like that. Similar comps from both of these teams. They're actually just going to go toe-to-toe with each other, except for, of course, the Winston versus the Doomfist. But it's working out for both of them, though. They have very different styles of play when you put these main tank differences on the table.
Yeah, it's really about opening things up for allowing Proper to even get both supports with a focusing beam. Are you kidding me? They were so low already, but that's what you were talking about before, Necra. Kalush allowed Proper to get into position right there, and then Kilo could actually hold the high ground over to the side if he wants to put on some of that safe pressure while being out of sight from the Outlaws. So I really like this look from the Shock here.
Well, that's the power of the Echo. That focusing beam does more damage if that target is below half. And so if you have the San Francisco Shock starting to soften up the targets on the Houston Outlaws, then yeah, Proper's gonna microwave them down out of existence.
Oh, wow, and it's still going in. Now Finn finding Pelican instead, but they trade that for Kilo. He was called out by Dante, who's still hanging out over to the side. Mirror actually trying to follow up, gets Finn this time around. And now the Shock down Finn with just Violet to try to help sustain. They trade that though for a support, and Dante's still holding that next corner. He's still cleaning hits. That's 3 that he was able to take down before he falls himself to Kilo as he made his way back.
I think you're okay with that trade if you're Dante.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're all right with that. I mean, Dante does have to kind of sacrifice himself for the greater good of the Houston Outlaws in that particular scenario, but it does get Houston Outlaws the point. They can start racking up percentage, and they've got to keep control now. Houston Outlaws play best when they have control of the point, and now you can see how they're going to use that confidence to really set up to deal with San Francisco Shock coming back in.
Ooh, nano boost though onto Dante. Now you see Kalush gets deleted after that here too. Iris with a nice pickoff to help him out on top of it all, but you see the Shock aren't even going to contest here. They're just going to give this space and time over to the Outlaws, and that's okay because they know that they have the advantage when you see that they're at 53%.
They can be patient, and they can wait for those ultimates to come online. As long as San Francisco Shock doesn't lose anybody in this next fight, I mean, Kilo did just get a little bit low from the anti. There's a lot of ults here that the San Francisco Shock can use.
Oh, Lastro dipped so quick, or else he would have been put into the line of sight of Kilo, but Mira answered right back with the visor himself, and then Dante tried to contest and help Peel for the support lineup here. Dante has been on fire here on Lighthouse, and this is what I was expecting from the Doomfist here.
You talk about Peel, and that's not something that we expected to see a whole lot of in Overwatch 2, especially with the removal of that secondary tank role. You don't have your off tank anymore to peel for you, but you still have your main tank. And so I love that you bring that up because Dante has absolutely been keeping the rest of the Houston Outlaws safe. Tank in the way of leading the charge, but tank in the way of also being able to lead the team. And, you know, taking a little bit of a nap now, but we'll wake up soon.
That was an amazing reaction, though, from the sound barrier from Lastro after Dante got put to sleep and hearing the duplicate coming in from Proper as he gets booted out of the duplicate. He doesn't get the same type of heals like he would have before when he were to duplicate a tank. And now the Outlaws are still coming out on top. Look at Pelican on fire, though. He has not been contested after taking care of 10 members of Shock with that 10-player kill streak. And nobody from the Shock could contest here on that second point.
Couldn't get back in time. Good stuff from the Houston Outlaws. That wasn't as close. 100 to 53. And that's what we were talking about. Houston Outlaws play best when they have control of the point. They use that to their advantage a lot, especially when that point plays a little differently, where you don't have so many different avenues to be able to touch the point. You're just looking at really main and then the rooms. That's kind of it. But after, taking a little bit of a brief snooze, though, Dante with some really nice uppercuts and some nice side swipes there, able to continue to just be the glue for the Houston Outlaws to make some of these big plays happen. They can stick to some pretty similar things, though. I want to see more Dantank. Let's go.
Yeah, I love it. I'm a big fan here, and I really like the way that the Outlaws have really reversed and put this back into their advantage, because you can only imagine how the Shock is trying to change things up a little bit here, change up a little bit of approach to try to focus on Dante, like right there. Love the follow-up between Kilo and Proper to allow Kalush to actually create some of that space with Dome. Now you can currently see a nice anti too. Pelican's going to be able to restabilize, but the Outlaws aren't going to be able to take this point first.
Yeah, there's been a lot of damage traded back and forth, but take a look at Proper. Already 50% towards the first pulse bomb of this round. So Proper's putting in some heavy lifting in the back line of the Houston Outlaws. I mean, look at how pressured Pelican and Merit really are at the moment, and you gotta wait for everybody to be healthy before you can really start to move back in. You don't want to blow all of your resources before you're able to make an engagement.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And he gets a stick on top of it. He denies the health pack from Dante. He gets the stick onto Merit, and he's still going. He's still terrorizing the Houston Outlaws. They all got wiped out, and Dante just finally came back from the spawn. What a play there from Proper.
Oh, look at how much time that really afforded to the San Francisco Shock also. Almost 50% capture progress on this point, and that's because of how much work Proper has been putting in with the rest of the team. The Houston Outlaws have to take too much time. Look at how much healing Iris and Lastro have to do before they're really able to go in and make a play.
They haven't even been able to inch a toe onto the point, but this may be their opportunity with the nano boost. Dante gets put to sleep, so it's going to waste away some of that time now instead. Pelican does get the focus beam onto Finn, though, the moment that Finn was focused on trying to put him to sleep. And now the Outlaws finally have the opportunity to flip this point once to take care of Kalush.
I love the Merit swap over to the Reaper. I think that has really allowed the Houston Outlaws to get just a touch more aggressive, especially because Merit has that self-sustainability aspect. You don't necessarily have to wait for Merit in particular to be at full health, because you're going to get so much of that back with that lifesteal mechanic on Reaper. But Proper, another pulse bomb at the ready. Houston Outlaws, they've really got one chance at this. They don't want the Shock to take back control.
And the moment that Proper was booted out, you could see, even to try to help him out, Kalush was right there. He's got the peel. Proper has the sticky bomb ready. See Kalush now going to swipe away at the Outlaws after the sound barrier was called in from Lastro. But Dante's going to reset with the Meteor Strike. He gets onto the high ground. Kalush can't even chase after him. He's in the line of sight of the rest of the Outlaws. You see Finn trying to keep him up and sustain, but there's only so much Finn can do while putting himself out of position at the same time. Now Pelican with the duplicate to retaliate. We saw what Pelican did before, and now he's going to try to do it again on Runes. He's going to get right back to the rest of the Outlaws, but that created so much space and time for the Outlaws to try to match with the Shock's control.
Yes, it did. Oh, Dante gets very, very low. Going down here could spell disaster for the Houston Outlaws, but a nice heal back up. Iris is rewarded with the nano boost, and now terror is about to break loose here, Vicky.
The sound barrier to at least try to keep him up in the game, and Kilo now trying to actually fight back. He gets two here. He didn't even use attack visor at the same time, but Dante has been a terrible, nobody to help him out. That's going to be Kilo, and the rest is Shock finally getting control over the point once again.
Oh, man. Now it's final fight territory. San Francisco Shock have control of the point. They've got that nano tactical visor combo up and online. If Houston Outlaws can't dislodge Kilo from an angle, this could be over.
Tick, tick, tick. 5 more seconds here. Shock are going to be able to maintain their aggression on the point. Outlaws need a contest overtime now, taking away, and you can see Finn's positioning right now. He's got the nano boost, and now you're going to let Kilo go crazy with the tack visor. He has the high ground. They're going to control so much space to stop the Outlaws from pushing onto this point. Pelican, Dante, nobody left other than Lastro to maybe desperately try to clutch into the ground. Merit's got the ult, but with an anti, you're going to get taken down immediately. The Shock now find themselves taking another series here.
It looked so good for the Houston Outlaws, especially after that halfway point with the San Francisco Shock. They weren't about to let a team take another map off of them.
No perfect record, though, this time around, Necro. They still lost the map at the very least.
Yeah,
but the Shock are looking so good.
They really are. I mean, hey, taking a map off of the Shock is something that the Houston Outlaws can be proud of, especially because this is, again, one of those matches we were looking at and saying, we might very well be able to use this as a litmus test for what the rest of the season holds. San Francisco Shock, you know, the Houston Outlaws are an incredibly worthy opponent. We got a chance to see that in last weekend, and so seeing these two teams go head-to-head, this is definitely one of the best matches so far. But gotta give so many props to Finn on the San Francisco Shock as your player of the match.
Yeah, Finn went absolutely crazy with not only those sleep darts, those huge antis to contest Dante, which was super important because my biggest question going into the series, Necker, was can Kalush Winston do really well against a Doomfist like Dante? And Finn really helped enable Kalush here, not only with the sleeps, but also when we saw the Outlaws try different things going into map 2, we saw Finn at the front, constantly contesting them, not only wrapping around those corners, but with some of these sleep darts, it really negated a lot of the ult potential that we could have seen from the Outlaws.
Yeah, I mean, sleep dart success rate, 55%.
Wow.
Pretty good. you just got to look at some of these stats and go, wow, like, you know, Finn is just a really fantastic Ana. I know we shouted some of his praises last weekend, but it really is on a lot of these supports to keep making big plays happen. And yeah, Finn absolutely deserves that.
I love it. I love what I'm seeing from the Shock, and I want to continue to see their domination here after taking another series in the pocket. Yeah, it's not a clean record like we saw week 1, but still, 3-1, we absolutely would take that, only falling from one map in comparison to what the progress they've made, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. That's going to be match number 2 in the books. Don't go anywhere, though. We still got some more Overwatch League action on the other side of this break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined by Finn from San Francisco Shock. Hi, Finn. Congratulations on the win. 핀 선수 인터뷰 해주셔서 너무 감사드리면서 오늘 승리 너무나 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
All right, Finn says thank you. All right, let's jump into the interview. So I want to ask you about Houston Outlaws. You know, coming out of week 1, they had a really good showing. So I want to get your thoughts on Houston Outlaws and what were your expectations going into today's match against them. 첫 번째 질문은 일단 저번 주에 휴스턴이 생각보다 되게 좋은 괜찮은 성적을 낸 다음에 이제 오늘 경기를 센쇼과의 경기가 있었는데 핀 선수가 개인적으로 보시기에 휴스턴 팀은 좀 어떤 팀이라고 예상을 하셨는지 그리고 또 오늘 경기에 들어오면서 좀 오늘 경기가 좀 어떻게 흘러갈 거라고 예상을 좀 하셨나요?
처음에 저번 주 댈러스 대 휴스턴 경기를 보고 휴스턴이 일단 둠피를 많이 쓴다? 그리고 이제 제가 둠피 쓰는 거 알고 이제 팀원들한테 말했죠. 이제 둠피 많이 쓰니까 그냥 내가 재울게 하고 재우면 이기겠다. 그래가지고 그냥 말해가지고 많이 재워서 또 이긴 것 같아요.
Alright, so I mean, against the Houston Outlaws today, I did watch their match against the Dallas Fuel last week, and I noticed that Houston Outlaws were relying really heavily on that Doomfist composition, and Dante was playing a lot of Doom. So when I saw that, I told my teammates that you know, they are probably going to use Doomfist a lot against us when we play them. So I'm just gonna try my best to land as many sleep darts as possible, and I think I did that pretty well, and I think that's how we got the win. What were your expectations of today's match then? Did you think that it was going to be an easy win, or did you think it was going to be more difficult than the match that we saw? What were your thoughts on it? 그리고 죄송합니다. 얼쏘리 영어가 나왔네요. 죄송합니다. 그 경기에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요. 오늘 좀 이렇게 경기가 쉬울 거라고 좀 예상을 하셨나요? 아니면 좀 더 어려울 거라고 좀 예상을 하셨나요?
그냥 솔직히 말해서 그냥 제가 잘 재우면 쉽고 못 재우면 좀 어렵겠다. 라고 생각해가지고 이제 좀 집중을 좀 많이 한 것 같아요, 제가.
Alright. I mean, I did have to really focus hard. I think it really came down to me. If I landed a lot of sleeps and if I slept the enemies well, then that meant it's going to be an easy game. If I didn't, if I missed a lot of shots, that means it was going to be a more difficult match. All right, another question, and this was actually requested by Finn. Finn wanted me to ask this question because he's actually studying English really, really hard right now. So I'm going to ask this question and he's going to answer in English. All right. 자, 이번 질문은 방금 핀 선수가 요청하셨던 질문 영어로 파이팅 하시길 바랍니다. All right. How did you guys win today?
I think first we have good coaches and good teammates, and second we practice a lot every day, so a lot, and so I'm proud of my team, really.
좋은 감독님들과 또 연습을 많이 해서 오늘 승리를 거두셨다고 합니다. Alright, that was a little Korean, English to Korean. Alright, Finn, that is all the time that we have today. Thank you so much for the interview, and again, congratulations. 자, 오늘 승리 다시 한번 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much for that interview. No, it was very insightful.
I'm trying to think of something. That is Finn.
Okay, listen, I know no one watching has fun with this, but we're having a great old time, and that's all that matters. I know someone who would give us a look right now, and that's probably Reinforced. So let's hand it over to our grumpy coworker for some insight on the game we actually get to see. Reinforced, what are your thoughts? We did see Dante coming in at map number 1. He was shut down on that Doomfist. Map number 2, they swapped in Piggy. Didn't work out, so they went back to that Dante Doom, and then he really turned it up. So, based on that match, was Piggy the answer or not really? Also, why did you not enjoy our gym? You don't look impressed. I'm a little disappointed.
I mean, I was going to tell you when this segment was finished that I really appreciated it, but you didn't give me the chance.
Nice.
Even. So, I don't know. I would have loved it. If I was there, Zoe, I would have laughed. I promise you, I would have laughed. So don't make me.
No, you would not have. Let's be honest, you wouldn't have.
Yes, I would. Come on, Danny.
Yeah.
No, you guys are being rude. All right, I'll just go back to talking about the game because that's what I do best. I'm not. My co-workers are not really, letting me have this one now. They're not being nice to me at this point. This was an incredibly high-level game, in my opinion. I really enjoyed watching all maps because it really was a battle of the compositions. We know going into this match that Dante would rely a lot on this Doomfist if he was to play in the tank role. And what was very surprising to me was how seamlessly Shock actually dealt with it to start off this series. I think that, of course, starting out on the initial map, it isn't the most Doomfist-friendly map because there are so many great flanks, and Shock really utilized that. We also saw some interesting compositions come out from the Houston Outlaws here on Circuit Real, opting for the Bastion at first, rolling out in spawn. And it was only really here on Midtown that Houston Outlaws were able to put up a fight, relying on this Doomfist, because Doomfist is a very unidirectional kind of pick, As a tank, you only really move in one direction, and that is forward. So on a map like Midtown, where it is kind of close ranged, of course, there are not like many huge sight lines on this map, and there aren't a ton of like great flanks. You can operate in a very single direction kind of engage. And the Houston Outlaws really put the pressure on the San Francisco Shock, and they were forced to swap to the Sombra. It didn't really work out from the Shock, even though I think the idea was there with the Sombra. And so you have to give the Houston Outlaws some credit, but stepping back, big picture here, I think the San Francisco Shock showed incredible level of play, both mechanically here proper on the Echo, the Tracer throughout the entire match, but also the rotations and the understanding of the game. Finn, we already talked with him how well he played on the Ana. It was a really entertaining match, in my opinion.
I mean, every second sentence from Danny was just, that proper guy. That proper guy, though.
It's crazy. He could be the MVP. I'm not kidding. He's a rookie.
You know what? I believe that now. I think he could be the new Alarm Rookie of the Year this year.
Can we have an Alarm Rookie of the Year who also gets the MVP? Like, can you have both?
I don't know. This might, if you can, then I think this might be the first year that Proper does it.
Be the one to grab it.
So good on every.
We do say that in week number 2, day 1. So let's calm down, everyone. But no, this was a fantastic showing for the San Francisco Shock. Reinforce, would you, looking back at that match, do you think this was indeed the first real test for the San Francisco Shock? Do we have a real idea of their strength now?
Yeah, I think so, because they showed such high level of play when it came to the rotations and how they actually dealt with the Doomfist. When you play against some of the lesser teams, like, you don't necessarily have to pull out the best level of play. In some cases, you can find an early pick, and you're just like, well, we found an early pick, we're 5-4, we're just gonna steam our way through this entire map and win that way. I think versus the Houston Outlaws, they really had to dig deep when it came to like how they wanted to execute on the game plan in this map, how they navigated those flanks and how they shut down the Houston Outlaws. For example, Merritt couldn't find that value on the soldier himself on the enemy team, right? So I think this was a true test for the San Francisco Shock, and after watching this match, I'm even more convinced that the Shock are a top 3 team in North America, quite honestly.
And despite them basically being, what, 80% or something rookies? Right. So that's incredible. Fantastic. What a franchise.
But rookies can't be good, Zoe. Come on.
No. I mean, listen. I'm excited. I'm so excited to see more of the San Francisco Shock moving forward. I think New York Excelsior will be their next opponent. Gladiators are in the mix there as well, so we'll see how they perform against those giants. Now it is time to take a look at our upcoming match. This one will be fought out between the Atlanta Reign and a Washington Justice. Reinforce, was that easy one for you to pick, or did you struggle to really understand who might come out on top?
This year I'm off the Justice Hopium / Copium, both of them. I've decided to quit them both, and so it was quite easy. Yeah, I mean I had to be realistic here, and Atlanta Reign looked better, Zoe. So I don't know if Danny felt the same, but
I think this is going to be also an interesting match. I mean, because Atlanta Reign is another team that really relies heavily on that Doomfist as well, with Hawk on that Doomfist. So I think this is going to be an interesting match to watch. If Washington Justice could deal with the Doomfist well, then they'll get the dub. If not, then it's going to be Atlanta Reign.
Well, yeah, that's right. It's 50-50. One team is indeed going to win this one.
Right?
Thank you so much.
Someone's going to win, someone's going to lose.
That's how it all goes. Now we are, of course, ready for that third and final match of the day. And once more, for all the action, we're going to send it over to the ever so lovely Vicky Kitty and the wonderful Necro.
Thank you so much, Zoe, and thank you, Danny, for your big brain strats. Absolutely, one of these teams are going to come out on top. And I'm excited here too, Necro, because we get to see some more Doomfist, except we're going to get a little bit of a different taste, though, because it's going to probably come out from the rain.
Yes, it is, and I think if the Washington Justice want to play their cards right, they might want to pick up some pointers from the San Francisco Shock and how they dealt with the Doomfist from the Houston Outlaws going into this next match, because when we take a look at these starting lineups for these teams, I feel like it's going to be pretty quick to kind of make some adjustments if you're gonna have to, if you're the Washington Justice. Because let's take a look at the Reign right now. It's Hawk coming in that tank role. We haven't seen a whole lot of Gator yet, who is also another tank player for the Atlanta Reign, but Hawk played a lot of Doomfist last weekend. Vicky, this could be a tough one for the Washington Justice.
Yeah, a little bit of a different approach here that Hawk has whenever he is on that Fire Doomfist pick, seeing the Atlanta Reign starting lineup, though. Some familiar names that we're used to, Necra, OG, Ultraviolet. It truly is the year of the rookies, and I love it because, yeah, we highlighted the San Francisco Shock for all the right reasons, but another team who's right behind them is the Atlanta Reign. I believe they've only lost one map to the Mayhem in Week 1, and when you take a look at American Tornado as a whole, where OG and Ultraviolet are moving from, even speedily, even though he's not on this starting lineup, they have a lot of synergy, and we've seen the potential that that team has had. They were the chaps who owned the gauntlet in Overwatch Contenders back in 2020, and, you know, once upon a time, they were even called the T2 Dan, the AKA the T2 Chad. So Atlanta Reign having such amazing pickups here. I'm excited to see what they got in store as we take a look at the Washington Justice. This is the team they're going to be facing off against, and the Justice is another team who I feel like this is tricky to really call between these two teams because the Justice also have some really heavy hitters here.
They absolutely do, especially when you take a look at Happy and Decay, who are incredibly skilled and tried and tested DPS for the Washington Justice. And when we took a look at Toronto Defiant versus Washington, DPS played a very, very heavy role in that matchup. So seeing Decay and Happy both in the starting lineup here, I feel like Washington Justice are just going to try to come out guns a-blazing for this very first map against the Atlanta Reign. Mag as well, definitely going to be an important part of this puzzle, as there are quite a few tanks that the Washington Justice can rotate between.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this is going to go down, especially since we saw last week that Mag had stalled himself on the Doom versus Defiant on push, and they were able to make that comeback. So Washington Justice definitely have some tricks up their own sleeve, and we get to take a look at some different maps this time around. We're moving on to Colosio, and I'm excited because this map is absolutely gorgeous, Necro. Look at that. Look at this. This is so beautiful.
Yeah, and I'm really pumped about this one. We're starting things off on push yet again, and yeah, this time with a little bit of a different flair than our last series. And so I particularly like this map because you got the Roman Coliseum in the background, or at least I think that's the Roman Coliseum. I don't fully know. But yeah, we're on Coliseum, so I'm going to assume so. But I think we can see a lot of different types of strategies come out from both of these teams, and especially when you add in Mag into the mix, and also, of course, Hawk. I feel like we already know what the Atlanta Reign are going to be coming out with. Hawk on that Doomfist seems like a pretty good bet. If you're going to be going into more detail with your pick'ems, I don't know. But you also have some great pieces to be able to support that Doomfist, and now it really is up to the Washington Justice to figure out how to deal with that. Is it just going to be Krillin sleeping Hawk? Is it going to be Opener trying to help the Washington Justice rush onto a sleeping Hawk? A couple of things need to align here for the Washington Justice to really go toe-to-toe with the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, it's really that one difference in terms of the tank with Hawk being on that Doomfist. They found so much success with it, though, in week number 1. One of the only few teams, and actually inspiration that we had heard from the Shock as to why they made their decision with Dante. And Hawk already hugging the side here. We note that there's a lot of these off angles that our flankers could be taking to get this robot moving, but the Atlanta Reign with Hawk taking the lead here is going to be able to try to boost up. He tries to isolate Krillin onto the side here, but doesn't manage to land it exactly. Instead, Happy now manages to find OG, and this is a great start here for Justice as Hawk nearly tries to move away, but OG and Hawk getting taken down first means that the Justice are going to get this robot moving.
Especially when OG is kind of your mechanism for escape and being able to just pull back. Washington Justice can take a lot of space here as the rest of the Atlanta Reign have to go and reset. They can at least take this high ground, so as this barricade starts to round the corner, I think Atlanta Reign are postured in a very nice position. But Hawk, look at how purple, look at how low, he goes down.
And Decay is right there to follow up too off of the ante from Krillin. He's about to get the pulse bomb online here too. You see him trying to get into position to follow up with the rest of the Justice. And I really like this aggressive approach that Decay has been taking to clear off a lot of these off angles. And he's going to try to dive in here with Mag at the same time. Nero too with his own pulse bomb doesn't exactly land the mark. Meanwhile, Decay does onto Kai. Huge here. Krillin with the nano boost onto Happy. The tag fighter to try to save everything here as Mag as well is going to back up a little bit. The Atlanta Reign find two. And the Justice are still continuously mowing down the lawn when it comes to Reign.
Yeah, I feel like Atlanta Reign a little bit's kind of rolling out the red carpet here for the Washington Justice. It's just been so tough for the Atlanta Reign to get set up, and so I feel like Washington Justice are continuing to take advantage of that. However, look at the space now. Washington Justice backed up. So Atlanta Reign now have control of the barricade. They're going to start moving the robot back to start pushing their own and get some progress on that, but bolts gotta be used here.
Nano boost, the meteor strike now. Gonna try to find everybody here at the same time, but the sound barrier from Opener to try to save everybody, but the ante isn't gonna let Krillin have any sort of breathing room now. Hawkfire falls himself low, and it's Decay who claims his head. He's constantly on his tail, and now you currently see the flip up immediately as Opener takes care of Nero.
That was so smart from the Washington Justice, though. And both of these teams are really respecting each other when it comes down to where to actually take these engagements. Last weekend, Push looked like a quick play game. I didn't know what was happening most of the time. I don't think anybody watching really knew either. But now it very much feels more controlled, and we're starting to see how this pacing has developed on this game mode. And I love that we're getting a chance to see Washington Justice execute that patience. But also, oh no, not like this, Nero.
He tried to creep his way forward, but he still couldn't land the pulse bomb. Let's see if Decay can instead. See him now trying to take the same little flanking angle that Nero was trying to take. He's going to be creeping, and his eyes are going to be on Ultraviolet here. See Ultraviolet backing away. OG actually trying to immediately go in to help heal for him. These are the two supports that have a lot of history with one another, but with Hawk falling down, that means the rest of the Atlanta Reign needs to back up.
Washington Justice keep getting these picks, and these picks are just continuing to pave open the doors for Washington Justice to keep pushing this barricade forward. Atlanta Reign, though, you know, the barricade hasn't moved that far, and they have some ultimates to use here, like the tactical visor here from Kai.
Oh, Decay gets OG here, though. That means he's going to get denied the sound barrier charge, and the difference here is that the Washington Justice have all this extra credit. They still have the sound barrier on top of it all. Decay finally gets shut down here by Kai, who hasn't really had the opportunity to get much going. He gets put to sleep. He gets antied. He can't even heal up in his own healing barrier. He finally managed to go off over to the side with the rest of Atlanta Reign trying to cover for him. But man, that was so unfortunate at the very end to get slept like that.
Whew. This is just back and forth right now. Atlanta Reign still trying to make some progress. Washington Justice being able to get very, very close to that checkpoint, but not quite there to be able to unlock the closer spawns. This really does allow Atlanta Reign to get back into this one quite quickly. And so Kai taking a use of this overheal to just take some nice angles onto the Washington Justice.
It's been back and forth so far between both these teams. That's the beautiful part, but with Happy and Krillin going down without nano boost here, that's going to be what Krillin's going to utilize going right back into this fight. It's literally this robot going back and forth wondering, where am I going? Where is my Uber driver taking me right now? Mr. Roboto now is going to be able to at least get some extra credit for the Atlanta Reign as they clear up this next space.
There's a voice line from that robot that goes like, which way do you want me to go? If you're like moving it around too much. I don't know. I was hoping we'd hear it, but looks like it has a direction right now. It's going towards the checkpoint for the Atlanta Reign. And just like that, though, I mean, you can't really tell who's really taking these fights based on who has control of the robot. It's about who ends up getting out the team fight.
Yeah, it's very volatile here, too, in general. Attack visor now from Kai. He's over to the side. You can see him now getting enabled as Ultraviolet trying to get the nano boost himself here. Krillin gets taken out, and the Washington Justice now are going to be able, you see Happy falling down, are going to be able to trade here, but it's Kai who's putting in all this pressure from the Atlanta Reign. He still hasn't died just yet. Maybe with Mag, with the Primal, he's finally going to do it. I mean, Kai, he says, if you're going to try to take me down, I'll take down myself first.
Yeah, that's a pretty good strategy. I like it. But Washington Justice, with a minute and 30 left, we've got 2 DPS ultimates in the bank. So the Pulse Bomb and the Tactical Visor. But Atlanta Reign, they're not letting up here. OG trying to get the Atlanta Reign back in this with the sound barrier. Oh
no. And the hello on top of it all. Now trying to claim Hawk on top. He's got the Meteor Strike in case he wants to go for reposition, but he won't even get the chance. Decay mows him down. You see OG allowing the rest of the team to just reposition on top of it.
To be fair, this is a tough map for the Doomfist. There's a minute left. There's a little bit to be desired here from the composition of the Atlanta Reign, but the Washington Justice are definitely shutting down that Doomfist, which is exactly what they need to do. They're rewarded with the checkpoint.
Oh, this is going to enable Happy to get into position, trying to take full control with that Tac Visor in this next corner. Krillin, though, that does get taken out. A nice anti, though, onto Happy is going to allow Kai to be the nail in the coffin to close that out. Krillin, too, with him going down, the Washington Justice are going to have to back up, and the Atlanta Reign are going to be able to still find themselves with some of that extra credit.
Ooh, Atlanta Reign fighting back, though. And this is where overtime might start to take effect. 16 seconds remaining now for this robot to make some amount of progress here for the Atlanta Reign. And when we take a look at the ultimates across the board, at least Atlanta Reign do have the ability to open up a window of opportunity here with that Pulse Bomb from Nero and hope that something else comes online, like the Tactical Visor, like the Sound Barrier. Any sort of sustain is going to help either of these teams be able to win out this team fight right here.
Is it going to be enough here, Necro? They still have so much ways to go here. You see Decay getting into position. He's got the Pulse Bomb ready here too, but it's always OG that he's met with. Now Krillin also has that nano boost on top of it all. The attempt and the stick bullseye onto Ultraviolet. OG's gonna get taken out next with the follow-up. Happy to help out Decay. Washington Justice now are trying to clear up this overtime, and they've successfully kept the Reign at bay. Love it here. Taking map number 1 in this third to last series of the day in the Overwatch League.
Good stuff from the Washington Justice. Being able to shut down that Doomfist is exactly what they needed to do. But it's just the first map of the series. I still believe in the Atlanta Reign's ability to bring this Doomfist back out in some of these future maps in the series and really make good use of it. Push is a little bit tough to do that with. Not a whole lot of time to really set up. So let's see what these two teams got for this next map.
Yeah, they had a lot of juice just to try to contend with Hawk right there, with the Washington Justice making that comeback. Love what I saw from Decay there too with those stickies. But that again was just map number 1. We still got map number 2 coming up for you guys soon. Don't go anywhere. This is the Overwatch League. Welcome back, everyone. The Washington Justice performed, but who really came out on top was Decay coming through. What a performance from him. The flooded deadlift. Look at this. 13 final blows compared to the 23 final blows that the entire team had here from the Justice. That is actually insane, Necra.
It's incredible, and Decay ended up being even more impactful than just having a deadlift. Kept the support lineup of the Atlanta Reign so busy that they had to use resources to try to get rid of Decay. They still couldn't get rid of him, and that also meant that there was no healing for the rest of the team. So Decay absolutely putting on a stellar performance in that very first map of the series, but we've got more series. We got that second map on our hands.
Yeah, Necker, I was looking at those pulse bombs attached there too. That's so scary. 80% success rate. Out of all the kills that he was able to also get in that first map, I'm excited to see some more action from Decay. Map number 2, taking a trip back to where we recognize Dorado. Gonna be Escort coming up soon here, but I really like the look from the Justice. I know we hyped up the Reign, and for all the good reasons. I mean, they had an amazing season, obviously, placing second in the 2021 Overwatch League season, but we have a different look from the team, and we're also seeing Justice really do their homework, because when it comes to push, we also saw how the Doomfist could easily get negated, and that was something that the Washington Justice was able to tear apart when it comes to tearing apart the back line that is Ultraviolet and OG.
Absolutely. Washington Justice know, like, just how difficult it can really be to deal with the backline of the Atlanta Reign. Like, they're rookies, Ultraviolet and OG, but they come in with so much synergy, and we saw just how good they were in that opening weekend. You gotta get rid of them. I do feel like that has to be the target priority of the Washington Justice. I know you got a little baited there. I got a little excited.
I got excited.
Too,
I was so sad. One day.
Sojourn right now. Not yet. Maybe soon.
I know. I cannot wait. Happy, though, with the Widow gonna try to get these quick picks. Can we talk about Hawk, though? Knowing exactly what Happy was gonna go for. Hawk with the Matrix saying, not today here. The Reign taking 2 separate angles here to force the Justice to get split a little bit, but a nice anti coming in from the heavens here from Ultraviolet. I saw that OG now is on that Brigitte here too, Necker, which means the K may find themselves in some trouble trying to actually contest Ultraviolet.
I do like that Hawk's on the Diva. You know, we've seen Hawk play a lot of Doomfist, but Hawk is also known for that Diva. And so getting a chance to see that signature hero pick come back out makes me very excited to see how the Atlanta Reign are going to perform against the Washington Justice with that pick. Happy, though. Oh, you got a Widowmaker. Sometimes you can turn it into a mile. One pick is really all Washington Justice need with that Widowmaker in order to keep moving this payload forward.
It's beautiful there too. You're denying the tech visor sustain, rather, just to try to get that reset on the ult. Hawk with a huge anti though onto him as he gets demeched immediately by Krillin. Decay tries to move in with the pulse, tries to deny some of that space away from the Reign, but a huge anti onto the backline, which actually eliminates Ultraviolet and OG after Mag moved in for the kill. The Reign are falling apart before our eyes right now, Necra.
Yeah, oh my gosh, Decay. Just said,
somebody
no, you.
Stop him.
Someone stop this player. What the heck? Yeah, Decay, I think, is going for the 2-peat right now in terms of being able to deadlift on that first and the second map, maybe. But Washington Justice didn't have too much trouble getting through that first checkpoint. And all because Happy might be stealing the deadlift from Decay.
Happy, Ultraviolet has a family. How could you do this right now? OG was even right there with the shield up too. But Happy, oh no, the moment he dropped, the moment he had the opportunity. Happy catches OG sleeping. And what a way to clear this space. Look at this momentum that the Justice have.
Yeah, that there's no brakes on this Washington Justice payload train right now. Happy just being able to continue to get pick after pick. Oh no! And now it's Mag's turn to keep creating that space. Poor OG.
He gets away at least back to the spawn, but yeah, he's getting bullied out. The rain now. See that they may have an opportunity with Decay, finally get it taken out. The rally here from OG, but he gets hit with an anti on top of this. Hawk gets denied as he tries to go in for a reset. The way that the Justice are playing this, they're literally rotating bodies here while Happy continuously puts on pressure from the high ground. Who's gonna stop him here other than Kai, if he could even have the chance while Decay is terrorizing the ground?
Oh, waiting, waiting, pause champ?
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god, Happy was waiting until Hawk got back up. I was like, let me just line this up real quick. Can't make any mistakes here on a sleeping Hawk. But wow, I mean, Atlanta Reign haven't been able to dig their heels into the sand at all in this round. Washington Justice might just be able to push this forward to the end. Atlanta Reign, they switched things up. Nero's on the Genji now. Hawk going back over to the Diva. But you can't deflect a Tesla cannon from Mag.
Are you kidding me right now? The immediate peel for Happy, Mag jumping in, Decay to follow up, to stop any sort of approach. You make some of these swaps, but it's not working out if you're looking at the Atlanta Reign. This is a team that has insane player potential on here, and look at what's happening right now. The Justice have truly gone back to the drawing board after week 1, where they want to make sure that they really are the ones showing up with the checkmate progress here on the Washington Justice. Now Mag, see the nano boost coming out on top, a nice anti. Mag gets put to sleep. He's got the Primo though, so he's not worried if he gets taken down low. The rest of the Washington Justice are also met with him up on the high ground, and Opener did use that sound barrier, but look at the Reign. They're getting contested literally to the front of their spawn. They can't even touch the payload. Are you kidding me right now? What was that? They didn't even win a team fight. They were not getting contested. That's crazy right now, Necker. The time bank now, 3 minutes and 21 seconds.
Yeah, that's a lot of time to work with. I'm a little speechless. And so I'm speechless only because Atlanta Reign, they're undefeated right now. They had a really, really good opening weekend. And for the Washington Justice, they did take an L last weekend, but you're right, they came back, they went back to the drawing board. They're here and reinvigorated. And that was just a standout performance from the Washington Justice. Happy, Decay. I don't know if it gets any better than the DPS performances that we've seen from both of these players so far.
Man, it's crazy. Let's not forget, their record from week 1, they won on 3 maps, but they failed on 4. So right now, their point system is -1. That's the quick maths. But the way that the Washington Justice are playing this right now against a team like the Atlanta Reign, they're looking amazing. And I love this look from Decay. I love the Happy Widow. You saw that while Happy was terrorizing everybody from a distance, trying to stay safe, Decay was making sure that nobody could interrupt Happy. And the moment that Happy was in trouble, Mag was right there to hold his hand.
Look too, Atlanta Reign are trying to make some swaps to deal with some of this pressure for the Washington Justice. What? Happy just gets deleted.
Love this look here from Kai.
Yeah, that's the change. That's the change Atlanta Reign needed. Just take out Happy. It's all good. Kai can go toe-to-toe with a Widowmaker like that.
Decay taking a little bit of a nap. I love this contention, though, about the Widow v. Widow that we're seeing between Kai and Happy. Again? You lose it again? Look at his face! Look at his face! The reaction cams that we have are amazing from our players. Beforehand, it looks like it was just another day at work for Happy when he was clicking heads. Now, it's time for Kai to pop off. The concentration here as he was able to clear this way for the rest of his team. They needed this.
Look! Vicky! Kai's Widowmaker put on enough pressure. Happy swapped off. Happy's gone over to the Silver 76 just to try to play this game.
Oh, here comes Decay, though, to put in some of that pressure, trying to call out the recall, tries to get the read as Mag gets taken out. Now the Atlanta Reign have some freedom right now with Hawk taking the front line right there with some help from OG.
Look at that. Kai hears the footsteps. But there's a lot of other fighting happening on the battlefield right now, and that's sound of a very happy Soldier 76.
Yeah, with the nano boost on top of it from Krillin. So Happy clearing up that space. They needed that reset because now Happy, with the swap over to the Soldier like you were talking about, Necra, could get into this position and build another tack visor.
That's gonna be huge. And I love the switch over to the Soldier 76 because while Widowmaker has a ton of pick potential, if you're not finding value on the Widowmaker, especially on the defense, you gotta switch off. And Soldier 76 provides way more DPS output over the long term when you have the ability to just continue to pump out damage.
With these angles that you see Kai trying to take, Decay though is now here to meet up with him. See the pulse bomb in the hands of Decay, but Kai gets back to the safety of Ultraviolet OG. The nano boost is online, but with Hawk getting taken out, no Meteor Strike on the table, and the Rain are at a huge disadvantage. Huge anti on top of it. Nero, I'm surprised he's still alive. He's got the recall though, but it doesn't matter. Look at that. He stares at the face of the Justice and knows, all right, just take care of it. We know what's gonna happen here, and that's more time wasted away from their time bank.
Wow, Ultraviolet even donated it over the Nano to Nero to try to keep him alive. Nero is getting close to that Pulse Bomb, was probably hoping to be able to get it with the Nano boost. But also, hey, Kai is going back to spawn and switch over to the Soldier. Decay said, I don't think so.
I don't think that's the present I want to see under my tree. Decay's going to back up a little bit. He's got the high ground, but Hawk's got the safety of OG, and they also have a sound barrier in their pocket. I think Decay understands that as he backs away. They're going to reclaim the payload right now, take control, and they have so many ultimates to work with on top of it all.
Yeah, the Tac Visor, the Nano to be able to really beef that up, the Primal Rage, sound barrier as well. Atlanta Rain kind of need to throw everything in the kitchen sink at this one and hope something sticks, like this Pulse Bomb. Pulse Bomb would be nice.
It'd be huge here, especially since Mag is sleeping a little bit as he had popped the Primal beforehand. Krillin does have that boost like you were talking about before, and their Justice are just trying to play their cards. They're so smart with their ultimates in rotation. Nero now also trying to find an angle as the sound barrier from OG comes in from the Rain. Now he can get a lot more aggressive, but Hawk can't. Happy has a Tac Visor, and he's got the nano boost onto him. That's all the damage coming up from Happy. Don't think that healing field could do much for you if you got Happy and Decay in your sights, as the Justice are clearing this point once again from Rain, and they have no time. Overtime taking away here.
That's it. Overtime is going to wick away. I think the Washington Justice have done it. They're going to full hold Atlanta Rain on this first point.
Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? The Justice are trying to speed run this last match of the day here in the Overwatch League, taking map number 2 and taking match point.
Oh my goodness. This is absolutely unreal. The Washington Justice, they're no team to slouch at, but this is just an incredible and very one-sided performance here coming out from the Washington Justice.
I love this. I love what I'm seeing here. Now I'm so curious to see what would happen if we pair the Washington Justice against a team like the Shocked, especially looking at the way that they're adapting around the compositions that we see being rolled out by the Rain. That was only map number 2, and I say only, but the Justice are still at match point now, guys. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we have map 3 going on to Eichenwald.
are you enjoying watching all of these pro players play the new Overwatch 2 maps? Get another chance for PvP beta access when you sign up for the Overwatch League newsletter. Just scan the QR code or visit overwatchleague.com/email for a chance to win and get a chance to play these new maps yourself. But we've got more Overwatch League on our hands, Vicky, because we're back with Washington Justice up at match point over the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, they're really putting down the Justice, that's for sure. I don't really know what's going on from the Atlanta Reign. This is a different look than what we were expecting going into this series. Even better from the Washington Justice. I mean, we highlighted right before we jumped into map number 2, Necro. We highlighted Decay. We highlighted his performance on map 1. Then Happy came in swinging and said, wait, what about me? The Widow performance on that map 2 was actually insane. And then when we saw Happy swap off of the Widow, because they were getting contended there, we saw the Soldier come out and still put down the same amount of pressure. We're now jumping into our map number 3, though, onto Eichenwald, and I'm wondering, what change-up are we going to witness from the Atlanta Reign?
Well, I know one thing's for sure. Washington Justice, this is a freebie for you based on one of your new sponsors and collabs. I feel like you missed an opportunity to call it the Happy Meal. Anyway. Anyway, yeah, we're going to Eichenwalde, and this is where Atlanta Reign really need to step up the pace, wake up or something. I mean, Atlanta Reign at the very beginning of the series, and I still believe this, we touted them as an incredibly strong team, and they are. It's just, we have to give so much respect and also commendation to the Washington Justice for just playing so well. And I think a lot of that comes down to, honestly, how well Mag has been performing.
Yeah.
In our series last weekend, we really did see quite a bit of swap up where Mag played a few maps. And then we also ended up seeing a couple of maps from Kalios. And the fact that Mag has been in and just continuing to thrive versus the Atlanta Reign, you've got to give him so much credit, especially for the space that he's creating. Decay and Happy, and Krillin and Opener too. They wouldn't be able to do the things that they do and have been doing if Mag wasn't there giving them the ability to do that.
100% agreed there with the space that Mag has been basically buying in for the rest of Justice. It's been beautiful, and it's been difficult for the Reign to deal with the pressure from Decay. It's kind of been a different story here when it comes to Ultraviolet and OG just trying to restabilize his antis now. Inside of this little tiny room, you see Hawk charged all the way up. He's tired of it. Mag jumped in, but he took in so much damage, and maybe this is the swap up that we needed to see from the Reign. And I love this because this is the damage output that they really needed to be the nail in the coffin to negate the drive-in that the Justice have been pulling up with.
Oh, that was such a good example why this like kind of death ball composition works so well. You've got Hawk that gets a chance to be supercharged, and you've got Nero that just is able to help pincer with Hawk at such high energy to just delete people on the Washington Justice. And this is really where Atlanta Reign struggled, which is Mag, as a Winston, is not so easy to take out. Doomfist we've seen be able to fall because of a quick sleep, but Winston has a bubble. That just will stop any projectiles heading your way. And if you're not able to quickly deal with that, well, Mag gets cooldowns back online, and then Mag can just kind of jump out of the way. So Washington Justice, they have to give up quite a bit of space here to allow the Atlanta Reign to walk in. But when they're ready, Decay is looking for an opportunity.
Oh, he's got the pulse bomb ready here, but Opener's the first one to get taken out as Nero is gonna wipe the floor with this nano boost. Time after time, you're gonna try to contest the Reaper with the damage boost. Is not gonna be a fun time for you. But at least with Justice, they're gonna be able to move back in with some ultimates of their own. And I like what you said there too, Necra. With the Reign running this team comp, that means Hawk is gonna be enabled to not only help out Ultraviolet and take some of that pressure off of OG. Okay, Kai taking care of Decay immediately right afterwards as he tried to set up for a little flank there.
At least the Washington Justice do have the spawn advantage, but this is the Atlanta Reign we were hoping to see. This comp is really allowing Atlanta Reign to get the DPS out that they need to, and also, you can kind of just run at the team. Look at that, Nero just going absolutely bat crazy in the middle of the Washington Justice.
and by the doorway that the Justice was trying to escape from too. Lighting them up like fireworks here. Look at Happy's answer. Happy's like, all right, I'll take the fight over to you too if you want to face mano-y-mano here. The only difference is Hawk is going to love that. Hawk is going to be able to just bubble up Nero and then get some extra damage ready as attack fires are coming in from Kai. He clears up Opener again. Nero's gonna be able to move in and they're clearing up the Justice. The momentum swap has now happened for the Reign as they have not stopped pushing this payload over.
And this is so big for the Atlanta Reign too, because they've built up so much momentum with this composition. They're at this point kind of forcing the Washington Justice to have to adjust to them, and that's where we're gonna start seeing some problems. You're already behind if you have to try to play catch up to match that comp that your opponent is running. And so look at the grab here.
Ooh, the grab and the sound barrier, but a nice ante though into the back line is not going to do much here as the grab can't get that output that they really wanted, but now the sound barrier to answer back from the Reign as Decay tries to land the pulse bomb. Fortunately misses the stick right there as Hawk finds Opener again. Matt gets hit with a big ante, but he had the primal so he just jumped back away. And now Hawk, nobody wants anything to do with him because there's just so much damage close quarters to deal with if you're the Atlanta Reign right now.
Yeah, I think Hawk reached his final form.
I like this. I like seeing this
full
change
energy.
up.
Yeah, full energy, nano on top of it. Washington Justice don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. And that's why they didn't go touch the point. But Atlanta Reign, that's exactly what we wanted to see. Vicky, 4 minutes 13 seconds in the time bank here for the Atlanta Reign. What?
Where was this, Atlanta Reign? What happened? They figured things out, and they know that the Justice have been quite literally diving onto the Reign's backline. And with Hawk making the swap over to the Zarya, they got so much out of that first fight, and they just kept continuously kept rolling like a snowball downhill. Out of the recall there too. Ultraviolet landing those usual sweeps that we usually get to see. I love it. And even OG right there, right next to him to hold his hand.
Yeah, Ultraviolet had some fantastic sleeps. I love that we get a chance to highlight that Ultraviolet really has been such a standout rookie on the Atlanta Reign. But, okay. We've got another round, Vicky. Last time, on map number 2, Washington Justice didn't allow the Atlanta Reign to win a fight. This time, looks like the Atlanta Reign are going to do something similar. They really want to win this map. But we're seeing some switch-ups. Already, Washington Justice peeks over the edge and they say, I don't think we want to play what we were originally going to play. So Happy's going to go over to the Reaper just to give that brawl pressure from the Washington Justice that you're going to need to have in order to face down a Zarya and a Reaper on the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, just have to be mindful about those bubbles that Hawk is going to be putting onto Nero. And even trying to close in the gap to stop Hawk. You know that Hawk is going to have all that damage output as Krillin gets taken down. And it's a mix-up, though. They trade Ana for Ana here. The Justice now on even grounds with the Atlanta Reign. But somebody needs to do something about Happy controlling some of these points now. You see the Reign now trying to dive into Decay. That's over to the side point here. And a lot of respect in this skirmish of a fight where both these teams are just disengaging while both of their teammates are making their way back to the point.
Decay is able to get behind the Atlanta Reign also, and Hawk's actually coming back on the Doomfist. Wants to be able to get back to point faster, so that rollout will be able to allow the contest to happen. But Opener has the sound barrier online, and so what is this? Atlanta Reign don't really look like they've got a game plan right now.
Oh no, Hawk falls low too, and Nero gets taken out. Decay now, noting that Nero is more vulnerable without that Zarya bubble around him, and he's cleaning up, cleans up Ultraviolet, cleans up Kai on top of it. Hawk, Mag, duking it out off to the map, and we'll see them another time here, but this is great looks here for the Justice as they get the payload moving.
Good stuff for the Justice, because they've got so much snowball pressure. They've got 4 ultimates to use there. All they really needed was the sound barrier from Opener to be able to just kind of like push that capture percentage over the top. And Opener already has 50% towards another one. And so Washington Justice can roll very comfortably through these ultimates. When Atlanta Reign, they've got to get set back up, and also Hawk switched back over to the Zarya. Low charge. Really needs that to be able to contest the point.
recognized immediately that they didn't want to try to take their chances with the Doomfist again, since it wasn't successful. They found the most success with the Zarya and with this team comp in general, Nero being on the Reaper. And it's right here with the Death Blossom coming in from the high ground, the Nano Boost to be the nail in the coffin. He gets anti, but that's not going to stop him. He's going to clean up the rest of the Justice as they get wiped up, but they'll be waking up shortly with some ultimates in their pockets.
Whew. Yeah, that was spicy. Atlanta Reign really just trying to put a stop to this Washington Justice train. And it's looking really good for them so far. Already buying so much time off of the clock. Washington Justice did have a very fast capture on point A. But Washington Justice have also executed a lot of patience. They still have 3 ultimates to work with. 4 if Opener can get this sound barrier online. And that might be the sustain that the Justice need to just push past this defensive hold from the Reign.
Well, Kai has the high ground, but noting that, a solid dive attempt from Mag. The attack visor isn't going to stop him, though, because now he's going to clear all this space. Jumping right down, though, is Hawk, but Decay in the back finds a pulse ball into Nero. Great to deny him some of that ult charge as well as to Ultraviolet. Justice just tore the Reign apart there, and they sandwiched them in a Justice sandwich. Decay's still going, by the way. He's following OG and Kai, and it's insane to see the same value that they're still getting with even making one change-up, which is Happy being on the Reaper.
Happy Reaper? Happy Reaper is a good Reaper. So let's see how the Washington Justice are able to utilize that. Ooh, look at that. Mag gets so low, has to jump up out of the way.
Oh, they thought they had a plan. They tried to jump on top of Atlanta Reign's heads from the top platform there, but the grab was online already from Hawk. From all the damage that he's been able to put down here, as well as protecting not only Ultraviolet, but Nero here too. Even the anti onto Ultraviolet as the Justice get cleaned up once again by the Reign.
That's not a happy Reaper. That's a sad Reaper. Didn't get a chance to use the ult yet. Washington Justice do still have some time. 2 minutes left on the clock, so that could be at least 2 more attempts. And Happy is looking to get something done with this Death Blossom. Maybe you can nano? Maybe you can nano it here. Give Atlanta Reign a little bit of the clap back, right? But you've got to get in position first. Look at Decay actually working as a bit of a decoy to allow the Washington Justice to get in.
Oh no, but Necro, I'm scared because you have the Nano Boost, but it doesn't get put on time here, actually. He tried to put it onto Nero. The sound barrier on top of that to be some extra life insurance, but Nero, the moment he unleashed a Death Blossom, he got deleted right before the Nano Boost even had an opportunity, and that means the Justice get to do exactly the same thing. Happy now moved in with the Death Blossom, cleans up the Reign, and now they get past the second checkpoint.
Now that's a Happy Reaper.
A rare sight.
Yeah, a little bit rare, but it's good to see both of these teams start adjusting and adapting to each other. It took Washington Justice a little while. Took them a full round of Eichenfelder to be able to kind of get the momentum back, but Atlanta Reign are also not making it very easy.
That was the biggest dip there from the high ground. The moment you have to respect Decay. Kai now still taking a side angle here just in case to call any sort of flanks. They know Decay is right there, but he's got the recall. And now Kai needs to back up a little bit. He's getting pressured all over to the side by Mag, but this is great news for Justice because they're buying so much space from themselves, and the Reign are only close to getting that grab. They don't even contest. OG was right there.
No, they
even had the bubble.
No, the boob. It was the boob.
The boob.
Mag, an opener, just kept everybody on the Atlanta Reign away from the point. Oh my god, that was not a C9. That was Washington Justice saying, get off of my payload. Get off my lawn.
That was crazy. Even with the bubble there too, that Hawk tried to put down onto OG to at least try to push it into overtime right there.
Yeah, nope. No, we're going to extra rounds. We're going to extra rounds here, and now I feel like the floodgates are open. Who knows what's going to happen, because Washington Justice, while they did struggle on that very first round, Atlanta Reign literally just didn't let them win a team fight. But yeah, look at this opener. Oh, there it is. Oh,
and look at that too. They got sent to the skies. The 2 that you wanted to boop off.
Yeah,
that was amazing. That was amazing.
Perfect. Opener found the opening and he took it. I didn't mean to say that. I don't know. It's just the words that. Sorry. No, but absolutely took advantage of that opportunity. And Washington Justice do have a chance to win this map and close it out. After being able to adjust on that second round, I think Washington Justice have a better game plan, especially against this composition that the Atlanta Reign are playing. They're going to stick to it. That death ball. You've got the Zarya, you've got the Reaper, and the biggest chance that Washington Justice really have is to try to get Happy's Reaper to continue to disrupt that.
Only thing is that they have much limited time in comparison to the Atlanta Reign. With their 4 minutes and 13 seconds, the Justice have only 1 minute and 25 seconds to get this payload moving at the very least. So getting to the choke point is going to be a little difficult with the composition that the Reign are running. They want to allow the Justice to try to fight this close quarters right here. They try to get the sleep and they successfully get it here. Hawk in some trouble. Ultraviolet falls really low, but Krillin does too. And Anti, as the Reign clean up the Justice, and that was the opening that the Reign needed to have a fighting chance to stop the Justice from actually capitalizing off her little to no time bank.
60 seconds. At least it was a quick reset though, so Washington Justice do have another attempt at this. And they're getting close to that nano. Krillin has been able to do so much healing because of how much damage Mag overall has taken, that nano is going to come online. Maybe that's going to allow the Washington Justice to cycle into something else, but they've got to go now.
They do, and this is their chance now. That opener found Nero off to the side. He tried to catch them sleeping a little bit, try to be a little sneaky over to the side, and now the Justice have control over this payload. Hawk gets put to sleep. OG's desperately trying to run away. He said, wait a minute, I knew this was not a good idea, but couldn't get away in time as the backline gets wiped out from the Reign. Now the Justice have this payload. They don't have a lot of time, which means that they're going to have to stick on top of this payload too.
Yeah, overtime is about to take effect, and that's right, Vicky. They can't step off this payload. If they do, that is it for their run on this round. But they've already bought themselves so much time, maybe even an extra life in this particular map, because sometimes you can go far with that overtime. And Washington Justice, they're already postured to continue this run. Oh, Pulse Bomb doesn't stick though. Decay does go down. That's not good.
No, it's not. And then, although with Decay going down, Kai has free reign over the high ground right here. Where are you going, Happy? Nero is not going to let you get away. The Tac Visor on top of it. And Rain, they managed to stop the Justice right before it crosses that next little corner.
Atlanta Reign knew what they needed to do there too, which was just, let's just use everything. Because it's now or never. If we don't use all of the ultimates that we have built up in our bank, the Washington Justice get to just steamroll through to third point. And that's exactly what they did. Poor Washington Justice, they actually went down with a couple of ultimates there, not maybe expecting that they were going to need to use them. Maybe missing on how many ults the Atlanta Reign actually had in their pocket. But we're going into the 4th round here on Eichenwalde, and now it is up to the Atlanta Reign to keep us in this series. It's their attack push.
It would have been crazy if Decay had landed that sticky bomb. Then you would have had to look at the Atlanta Reign and wonder if it would have landed on Nero, he wouldn't have contested Happy, and the attack visor could have probably been successful. And then at the same time, you had Kai, who had the high ground, who wasn't contested by Decay, and if he was the one that would have gotten hit but with the pulse bomb, he wouldn't have been able to apply the pressure from the high ground onto the Washington Justice.
Yeah.
So that was crazy, with just the awareness that the Reign had to know what was on the line right there and noting who they needed to play president with, who they needed to make sure was safe from the claws of the Justice.
Absolutely. That pick onto Decay was absolutely huge, but now, Atlanta Reign have 4 minutes to work with. It feels like an insurmountable time bank, because that's more than enough time to start getting DPS ultimates online. And that could really just push you over the edge to be able to capture this first point, and maybe even have some time left to have a couple of attempts to get to that final red box of victory there for the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, the goal here is Happy falls pretty low, but he's putting in so much pressure from the back. Kai doesn't even want to get out of position, especially since the supports, both Ultraviolet and OG, get hit with an anti. Ultraviolet can't get away, though, as Decay follows up off of it. And now that's actually going to force them to back up a little bit. But they know that they have some time here to work with. They don't want to just continuously feed into those ults that the Justice really want to work off of for that next team fight.
It's also really important that Hawk doesn't go down here. Hawk on Zarya is effective when Hawk has charge. And you don't want that to get reset if Hawk gets taken down. You also want Hawk to have some amount of charge before walking in.
Oh, falls low though. You're talking about Hawk a little bit here. You see Decay trying to get aggressive. He's got the nano boost onto him here too, but he backs up a little bit after he realizes he doesn't have the same respect that OG may have as he's nano boosted himself. He's got the sound barrier, but he's also hit with the anti too. Trying to wait as he passes around the corner. Tries to get the rest of the Atlanta Reign in position now, but they're cleaning up the Justice now that they have some extra time and this payload moving soon.
OG got that sound barrier online so fast.
Yeah.
What? Holy cow. That was absolutely huge. A very, very big reason why Atlanta Reign were able to sustain through that fight. And now look at this. Atlanta Reign, they have the Graviton Surge. They've got the Death Blossom. They've got the Tactical Visor. That could be a huge, deadly combo for the Washington Justice to have to deal with. You just gotta force out the sound barrier from opener. That's it. And then let the ults loose.
Justice in such a tight position here because they know that they need to contest the payload that's getting some progress right now. But like you said, some ultimates online for the Reign means some ultimates online here for the Justice. Happy also has that tac visor. They don't have the nano boost, and Ultraviolet is further away in terms of that charge for right now here as Nero finds a K. This is a good opening now for Nero. He's got the Death Blossom, he's got the space, but he gets hit with the anti. He gets taken care of as Washington Justice now with the sound barrier moved into position, and they didn't even use all their ulti either. Decay still has Death Blossom. Krillin just gets Nano Boost, and now the Justice can rotate through this because they need to waste this time away from the Reign. Still a minute on board for the Reign.
That's still plenty of time to work with. For sure. I mean, if it's even a quick reset here, maybe you just say, I'm going to take the L, I'm going to take the eco push against the Nano Death Blossom that the Washington Justice have online, and then come back with ultimates of our own. But if Atlanta Reign see the opportunity to use this grab and use this tac visor, they're going to go for it if they can just win the map out right here.
Oh, and this grab too on top of it all. Happy though gets OG, which is huge because he can't build into the sound barrier, and you have less than a minute now. If you are the Atlanta Reign trying to have an opportunity, a chance to stop the Washington Justice, Matt getting taken out, but Decay with the answer right afterwards. He gets a 3K, make it a 4K. That's the Reign checking out, and the Washington Justice now 30 seconds left for them to claim this map. But now the ults are off the table here, Necra.
They are. I mean, Happy is closest with that tactical visor being online, and it's going to be so hard for anybody on the Atlanta Reign to remove him from that position. OG's got to get this sound barrier online.
See, Nero's going all the way up. Alley-oop here. He's going to try to contest the bridge, but recognize he's a little too far away to actually close in that gap. He wants to get involved in this fight. The Reign, though, lose out on Hawk as Happy is terrorizing from the high ground. What a position here that the Washington Justice have taken. And now, Reign are in trouble. Overtime taking away. It was only Kai that gets Krillin, but nobody could touch this point. The Washington Justice win our last match of the day here in the Overwatch League.
Ah, such a heartbreaking loss for the Atlanta Reign because they looked so good. It's just that the Washington Justice were better. Oh my goodness. I mean, we were bound to see the dichotomy of these teams going into the second week of the league after having a couple of games under their belt, but oh my gosh, the Washington Justice kind of continuing on that path to victory as they now go 2-1 in their record. And look at how happy they are celebrating this win with each other.
I love it. I love these player cams. I love seeing the emotion from the teams, even when they make a bad play, a good play. It's just fantastic to see how the teams have been reacting so far. But the Washington Justice taking this W is absolutely huge for this team. We've talked about the Atlanta Reign for a reason, but losing 3-0, that's crazy here if you're looking at the Atlanta Reign, something that I absolutely was not expecting.
Yeah, it's been, and that was a series. That sure was a series, Vicky. I think a series that a lot of people weren't expecting. Even myself, I did have the Reign in my pick'ems.
Me too.
I thought they were gonna win. But the Washington Justice very much proved me wrong, and I think proved a lot of people wrong today.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how the Washington Justice were able to completely destroy our pick'ems, but I'm really happy for them because we have to highlight a player that we spoke about before, but they've been such a standout player. It'd just be silly to not talk about them again. It's Decay, who's the player of the match, and the way that he was able to land all these pulse bombs consistently. Yeah, you know, so far you saw the rain. They were able to adjust around Decay around the end part of the series, but he was still so consistent when it came to making sure that the rest of the Washington Justice had momentum in their favor and cleaning up both OG and Ultraviolet. It made it so difficult for the support lineup to even deal with him.
Yeah, I was gonna say poor support line of the Atlanta Reign because Decay had their numbers all the time when those pulse bombs were online. But the other thing about Decay that was really impressive was not even just recognizing when to use the pulse bomb, but on who. You know, like you saw one of those first pulse bomb sticks onto Kai was actually when Kai had just popped the tactical visor. And so it's not even that the pulse bombs hit, it's that they were effective in being able to get rid of a very important piece of the Atlanta Reign's game plan. And then also on the Reaper as well.
Oh yeah.
So many good Death Blossoms from this player.
I love it. Look at the poses here too, making sure everybody remembers who he is and the damage output every 10 minutes? That's crazy here. Pulse bomb attach rate, went down a little bit as the games progressed, but still, 57% is extremely impressive here, Necra.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And also, look at the self-sustainability as well. Not too many deaths either. I mean, part of that is just that the Washington Justice were able to win so many team fights in a row that, of course, most of the players aren't going to go down, but also playing those self-survivability heroes, though, you would expect that from a Reaper or a Tracer.
Yeah, I'm so happy that this was my start here in the Overwatch League 2022 season, and I'm so happy that I was able to cast alongside you, Necra. What a day of matches. It's just deja vu. I mean, we're getting a taste of our contenders action here, and this is the experience that we get to bring here into the Overwatch League, which is what I love. It's not just the players, it's the casters here too. But again, what a day of matches to kick off week 2 of the 2022 Overwatch League season. That's gonna be it for Necra and I, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, but don't go anywhere. We still got the desk coming up, the wonderful desk, right after this short break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
$222 days since our screens were last graced by the Overwatch League. So good to be back, of course.
The Nano at the ready for Crimso could give this Marble or Striker on the tack visor. He wants mini room control, but got zoned off by Foles, but he's gonna come back around. Full 360, Striker coming for the backline and the kids. 4K, he strikes again as Foles goes back to spawn.
Oh, the prodigal son of the Boston fans has returned home. Did you miss him, Boston? Happy might find themselves an angle here as they take a look. Sees Twilight. What in the world was that? Someone call E-Sick. There's no way Happy hits those. All those!
Oh my god! And, okay, the Zarya's cool, but she got a lot of health. Okay?
Sheesh!
Are we gonna be in someone's YouTube video? Do I gotta shout out my mom? You're cracked.
Paddy a little bit scared of Finn. I would be too, to be fair. He's got a lot of utility. Nano available. Nano blade for Sam. He dashes straight to the backline. Insta-killing. Landon Spark are dead. Backbone 2. There's Admiral. Another 5K. No! Proper steals it. Come on, man. Oh, you're supposed to give him the clip. Sam, though, still with 4 kills. Nice work.
The Fjords doing a great job of draining time off this objective, and Pelican gets caught in for a little bit too long. However, Merritt, as Tech Visor gets 2, working for a little bit more. You're looking at Pelican, you're not looking at Merritt, he's got 3, and the Outlaws, that should be enough to take the point.
That should definitely be it. The good thing here for Fuel is that they built a lot of time off the clock. As this is going to go down there, but Merritt getting a lot there, a lot of value, and this is just continuing to show as the fight breaks down, Soldier is so dangerous.
The Mayhem didn't really have a chance to respond there with ults of their own.
Nope. I take it back. Nero proved me wrong. Nero proved me wrong again.
Are you serious, Nero? That was a massive anti from Ultraviolet. Nanoed. Nero with the 5K. Okay, there's the smile that I wanted to see. Forget map number 1. Eichenwalde is yours. Oh my god. Oh, okay, so this is the anti-nade that set the entire thing up. Oh my god! What is more satisfying than that? I cannot name a single thing.
Welcome to Post Show, everybody. We're here joined now by Happy from Washington Justice. Yeah, Happy! Congratulations on the win. I missed you. 해피 선수. 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리고 보고 싶었습니다. 어떻게 지내셨나요? How have you been?
열심히 오버워치 하면서 정말 쉴 틈이 없이 열심히 했습니다.
I just grinded, practiced, put in a lot of time during the off season playing Overwatch, not really resting, just getting prepared for the season. All right, and I think that really paid off today. You had a great win against the Atlanta Reign. Now, I mean, of course, last year you were with the Houston Outlaws, and now you moved to the Washington Justice. How has the transition been? Transition to your new team? How has it been? 첫 번째 질문은 작년 휴스턴에서 이번에 워싱턴 팀으로 넘어오게 되셨는데 이렇게 넘어오는 과정이 좀 어떠셨나요? 좀 어떻게 좀 잘 순탄하셨나요?
저희가 초반에는 좀 팀업 이런 거에 있어서 좀 어려움이 많았었는데 저희가 정말 진짜 엄청 열심히 해가지고 이런 오늘같이 좀 상대방이 여러 조합을 쓰더라도 저희가 잘 대처할 수 있게 열심히 해서 네, 순탄하게 잘 된 것 같아요.
처음에는 뭐 때문에 힘드셨다고 하셨죠? 죄송합니다. 제가 잘 못 들어서 처음엔 무엇 때문에 힘들다고 하셨죠?
저희가 초반에는 팀합이 안 맞아서 좀 고생을 했었습니다.
팀합이 안 맞아서. Okay.
네.
Alright. I think early into coming into the league, first match, I think it was we were having some difficulties with our teamwork because this was our first time getting all together. So that was why we, couldn't really play to our best performances. But we try to work out those kinks out. And we practiced and grinded a lot. Try to work everything and try to put out our best performance. So I think that really helped, and it's really showing as we're playing more matches, and we really try to practice against a lot of different compositions, trying to counter every composition that a lot of teams are using. So I think that was very helpful, and it is showing now as we go into more matches as well. All right, so my second question for you is also today against the Atlanta Reign. Not a lot of Overwatch League fans predicted that you guys were going to win, but you guys did come up on top against the Atlanta Reign. How were you guys able to get the W against the Atlanta Reign? 오늘 이제 두 번째 질문은 어떻게 보면 좀 많은 팬분들이 아틀란타를 좀 많이 이렇게 아틀란타가 승리를 할 거라는 생각을 좀 많이 했던 것 같아요. 하지만 그게 틀렸죠. 오늘 워싱턴이 승리자가 되셨는데 오늘 경기 어떻게 승리를 거두시게 되셨나요?
일단 뭐 당연히 저희가 열심히 해가지고 저희 폼이 좀 많이 올라왔다고 생각을 하는데 그냥 솔직하게 말하면은 애틀란타가 좀 이런 말 해도 돼요? 저번 주에 비해서 좀
하세요.
못해지지 않았나 네. 무슨 일이 있었나 싶을 정도로 네, 좀 뭐 그렇습니다.
알겠습니다. I mean, I think one thing for sure, we did really practice a lot and tried our best in today's match. But I don't know if I should say this, but I'm just going to say it. Honestly, compared to last week, I think something happened to the Atlanta Reign and they weren't as good. I don't know what happened, but they weren't the Atlanta Reign that we thought that we were going to face off against. So there's that. All right. Happy, thank you so much for the interview again. Congratulations on the win and hope to talk to you soon. 네, 오늘 인터뷰 너무 감사드리고요. 다음에 또 좋은 인터뷰 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
안녕.
I love how you just forced him to wave. It's like eventually he's gonna wave back anytime.
Right, if I do
now.
it, yeah.
No, one person will wave back eventually, and if not, that just makes them look bad, right? Right. Anyway. I mean that was a game and a quick one at that. I did not expect it to go that way, even though at the very last map on Eichenwalde, given how little push Atlanta Reign actually needed to complete the map in OT, I was very surprised that they didn't get it done, and Happy said it, right? Like, that was not the Atlanta Reign we expected to show up on the server. But what was the difference maker? And we will find out by bringing in our expert analyst, and that is, of course, Reinforced. You had your head, or rather your eyes, you had your head, I don't know what that sentence was. You had your eyes on that Tracer head-to-head between DK and Nero. And, I mean, DK, he got the player of the match. Like, that dude just popped off.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you sort of hate to love DK because, like, this guy is just so erratic in his play. I mean, going into the league, we were like, oh, DK is like an all-star kind of caliber player, right? And then the Dallas Fuel drama, and then onto Washington Justice, and like, oh, I don't want to play long-range hit scan. He like benched himself, and like, look at these stats, like unbelievable, just completely outplayed Nero here in the week 2 of the Overwatch League this year. He got the flat deadlift on map 1 on Colosseo, of course, just completely outplayed Nero and was a huge difference maker in this game. And this is what we've been waiting for this entire time. This is what we want to see from DK. It was a really entertaining match because I feel like the Atlanta Reign, they almost played into Washington Justice strength, which is taking it slow and emphasizing on these damage duels. And when you're taking it slow and you're letting Decay buy this time on this Tracer, he really can extract so much value out of it. And he was a large part of why the Washington Justice were so dominant in this series.
What kind of differences did you see between the Atlanta Reign playing against the Washington Justice today versus what we've seen from them last week? Do you feel like that was a different kind of squad or a different approach maybe to the meta?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that this was Atlanta Reign playing much differently. I think that last week when we inspected Hawk and how he played the Doomfist, it was a lot slower than someone, for example, Dante, who likes to be aggressive on the Doomfist, likes to dive with the Doomfist, with Pelican's Echo. The Atlanta Reign, they like to take it slow. They like to rely on someone like Kai, for example, on the Soldier 76 to find a lot of these picks, and on the Widowmaker. But that also played into the Washington Justice because they are a very good team. They can play this Winston composition, rely a lot on Mag, being able to play around the Winston shield. And of course, they have Happy in the lineup, who's a very good long-range scan player as well. So in many ways, it allowed Washington Justice to make good decisions and emphasize this duel between the two damage duels on either team, right? And also here as well on Icon that we saw Hawk play the Zarya, which the Washington Justice were able to neutralize in a very effective way. So in many ways, I think that the very slow approach of the Atlanta Reign that we identified last week, we saw that play out against the Washington Justice here as well. It just so happens that Washington Justice, they are worse when they are stressed, when they're put under pressure, when people dive them, and they can't make these right decisions, right? Whereas in this matchup, the slow pace of the Atlanta Reign, they really freed up the Washington Justice to do what they do best and play it slow and rely on their damage players.
Do you guys think now the teams are starting to figure out how to deal with Doomfist better?
I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't think anyone has figured anything out. It still feels like such a coin toss, right? And it's a little bit like teams just showing up one game looking absolutely phenomenal, and then in the next one they look like a completely different team. And I don't quite know if that's like, ooh, I figured out the hero. I think everyone is still just trying to get or find their comfort zone, find what they're most comfortable with, and kind of run with that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, us too, right? Like, we haven't really figured out this yet. Like, you know, I got COVID in week 1.
Oh, we know nothing.
Like yeah, like, we got the remote 1 week, and the other week we don't have remote. And, you know, and we're figuring it out. One time we'll be all there in person. Yeah.
Exactly. I give us another, like, I don't know, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. You know, I have a slow start this season, but that's what makes it exciting, though, right? I love not knowing stuff. I love being wrong. Like, I love being proven wrong. I love those teams coming out of nowhere and just like absolutely crushing it or completely dropping a bowl of spaghetti. Like, either way, I'm entertained. Speaking of entertainment, there has been plenty of that today, even though it was a short one. So we're gonna once more throw our best of the days at your faces, and I believe I'm starting this one off. Is that correct, Producer Hex? I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Yes, 'tis I, Zoe, and I was thoroughly entertained by Finn's little dance party. He had a little moment in the camera. Yeah. He had a good chance. He kind of popped off. He did die at the end of it, so I don't know if that really interrupted his party. Look at him having a good time. He's like, yay, nay. So I don't know if it's like, is he celebrating? Is he upset?
No, I think
it was like, here he's celebrating, and then everything, and then he died. So like,
I love this guy.
He's happy that he got the
lots of emotion. Same. A lot of personality coming out of him. Like, I love the interview with you. I love that he did it in English as well. You love to see it.
Yeah.
Fantastic guy.
Fantastic guy?
Oh, wow. Danny. Oh, you're hurting me. Danny. Don't do it to me. Fantastic? Come on.
Fantastic.
I said it first.
No, yeah. Zoe said that. No. You just didn't hear her. Yeah, Zoe. It wasn't me. I'm not that clever. I was just repeating what someone said. All right, let's go into my best of the day. And you know, I always loved Florida Mayhem, but I love them even more now because they're just so nice, and especially Hydron, just always asking for you know, their friends how they're doing, even during the match as well. Yeah, let's take a look. Right here, I think this is where Florida Mayhem goes in. I don't know if you guys just saw that, but Hydron typed, "Hey, are you guys okay?" to Vancouver Titans, asking if they're doing all right.
Well, let's
and
check.
then
I like
Masa
that.
answers, "No, we're not doing okay." And then yeah, so I just thought, Florida Mayhem just being nice people, and Hydron just being a nice guy, asking if his fellow pro players are doing well or not.
That's one optimistic way to
After
look at
that, he
it,
was
Danny.
inside their heads, right?
Hey, is there? Was he not? How's that optimistic? I thought he was being nice.
He was being nice.
Yeah, he was being nice.
See, you can't get hurt if you just absolutely not acknowledge that someone is trying to do that to you. It's easy. Reinforce, what was your best of the day?
I mean, there were a lot of different kinds of best of the days. I mean, Proper's Tracer was definitely one of them. Decay's Tracer too. But I gotta go with some Lucio action. I gotta go with my best of the day was Violet's Lucio. We saw one highlight, one spare moment where he actually started to pop off, and he got a Lucio 4K here on Midtown against the Houston Outlaws. So even though Shock lost the map, Violet, he's of course been a hot topic in the offseason because he's now starting to play this main support role for the San Francisco Shock. I mean, this guy was an MVP candidate in 2020 for his Zenyatta, right? So a super impact kind of player. Great mechanical skill, and now he's moving over to the Lucio, which to a lot of players can be very hard to adapt to. Not Kuki, of course, which Kasa was here, by the way. But for Violet, I mean, the way he's adapted to this Lucio and really took it on the offseason, it's been super impressive. So him getting a bit of a 4K, I think that was a nice reward for someone who's usually a very aggressive flex support player. He can also frag out on the Lucio now.
Yeah, I love the San Francisco Shock tweeted it out too,
Yeah,
that he chose violence today,
Yeah.
and then he just popped off. Nothing new to see there, it's just a Violet thing. And now we do have more matches coming your way tomorrow, so let's take a peek at the schedule to know what's headed your way. We are going to kick things up with the London Spitfire taking on the Boston Uprising. After that, this might be the banger of the day, the Dallas Fuel going up against the Gladiators. Which Dallas will show up? That is a big question. The last match of the day will be fought out between the Vancouver Titans and the New York Excelsior. What are your expectations for those matches tomorrow, Reinforce? What do you want to see?
Oh wow, I mean it really gives you everything you could ask for. You're about to see the entirety of Overwatch 2 on display. Not only are you getting the brawl compositions with the London Spitfire to kick off the day, the Boston Uprising, you're getting two of the best teams in the league going head to head with the LA Gladiators and the Dallas Fuel. I think that's going to be a great match. And then you also get to see the Vancouver Titans to end it up. I mean, that's everything you could ask for. You get literally everything we have to offer here in the Overwatch League. Tune in.
Yeah. You're welcome, Reinforce. We put that schedule up just for you. Now, Danny, you as our newly appointed or anointed London superfan. You thought we forgot about that.
No, it's fine. No, yeah.
You're excited, right?
I'm very excited.
Boston, no chance.
They looked actually really good against Vancouver Titans, and against the Boston Uprising tomorrow, they might have a fighting chance. Yeah.
Hardy, if anyone can do it, Hardy can do it. Just gonna grind hard on them, and it's gonna be fantastic. I'm very excited for all those games. Of course, we're gonna have Reinforce Larsen joining us again tomorrow remotely, although not in person. But it was great to at least see the upper half of your body again.
Thanks, Johnny.
So we'll see that you are indeed still having legs. Yeah. We'll figure that out. Danny, once again, it's been a pleasure having you with us. Kasta, get well. We miss you. And to everyone else, thank you so much for tuning in. We will be back again same time tomorrow with more Overwatch 2 action here in our 2022 season.